Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Something you and me, oh. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Jumping, flexing, no. I just want you to know. Something you and me, oh. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Something you and me, oh. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Jumping, flexing, no. I just want you to know. Something you and me, oh. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Something you and me, oh. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah. Something you and me, oh. Je begon aan mijn best life, yeah.
take a ride, let's take it. Just think about it, you want it. Falling in love, you love it. You can control it. You make me feel something more stronger, something that I may never forget. I just want this to be longer, longer, yeah, longer. Where you are, where you are, where you go, where you go. Promise I will be there, I will be there.
What is going on, Chi-Town? We
Hey,
are
everyone.
here at the Seco Block Masters at the North Face Climbing Festival, Chicago 2023.
Welcome.
It is me, Malik the Martian, with someone who needs no introduction.
Margot Hayes. Nice
The
to see you all.
Margot Hayes. We're going to put a little special on your name.
No, I don't think so.
She's
We're
being
so
modest.
psyched to be here today, though, at this event. The weather is not ideal,
Nah.
but it is adding an entire different aspect to the competition.
It's making the competition compete even harder.
Yeah.
If this wasn't hard enough, this weather has just amped up the excitement a little bit.
It has. You know, we were watching the athletes earlier, and there are actually some waves coming in. You almost forget that we're not on the ocean right now.
Right.
It's a little crazy.
This is not a pool behind us. We
No.
are on Lake Michigan,
Yes.
and there are waves. There is weather, and it adds to the excitement in the stoke. You can
Yeah.
feel the electricity in the air, and it's not just in the clouds.
The athletes all seem very stoked, very excited, and in fact, we have a very special guest with us. Joining
Very.
us now, Chris Sharma. Needs no intro, of course. Sorry, we've got matcha in the way.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
Welcome,
thanks
Chris.
for joining.
Glad to have you out,
stoked.
man.
Yeah,
Wow.
got the king of Seco Block.
What a day.
Right, the originator. How are you feeling today?
Good. I mean, it started off raining really hard, and the route was very wet. So very happy now to see that it seems to be drying off.
Yeah,
They seem
for
to
the
have
finals.
spent some time up there drying it off, correct?
Yeah, so it looks like we'll be able to put in some good goes in a few minutes.
Awesome, cool.
Yeah.
Do you still get nervous at all with Seco Block? I know you've been doing it for ages.
Yeah, I've been doing Seco Block, the competitions, but also, of course, on the rock for many years, almost 20 years now. And honestly, every time I come to the wall, the first time in the season, it does give you like a bit of butterflies in the stomach.
Kind of the good kind of butterflies,
Yeah,
though,
but
too?
good, but it's intense. Like, I mean, climbing a wall like that, you have to have respect for, the position and, the exposure. And, yeah, also the, the falls could be dangerous,
For
too.
sure.
So, you really have to be aware. So it's good to have, like, a few days to try the route,
Yeah.
get those
yeah.
jitters out.
Warm
and-
up a bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And a question, too, is I know, outside, normally you're doing this over the ocean, and then we just had, in Salt Lake, we've had several years over a pool. How does it compare to being here at Lake Michigan?
I mean, I think it's one of the most surreal landscapes to be climbing on this wall. When the dyno that's in the middle of this route,
Yeah.
once you stick the hold, you spin out and you look out on this huge cityscape of Chicago. It's incredible. So I've never experienced anything like it.
It is beautiful.
It's a once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah. And to you, how are you approaching this competition? Because I know that, this ain't just a competition to you. It's a unique way to showcase the sport that you love. How do you feel about seeing this in the city and having the Seco Block back after such a long gap in between the competitions?
Oh man, it's a dream come true for sure to be back out here with our wall, with this event, and yeah, for me too personally to come and participate and compete. It's a really unique opportunity. I don't compete very often. To get a chance to climb alongside, some of the best climbers in the world, and it's like a new generation of climbers too for me. So it's really special. Of course, there's an element of competition, and I think it's an opportunity to really rise to your highest level of performance. It's a really special moment, but beyond that, it's a great opportunity to just share with these people here and everybody who's watching on the live stream how amazing climbing is.
Yes.
And this type of climbing, I feel like, showcases climbing in maybe the coolest way
And
that I can imagine. So it's
Yeah.
really something we're proud about and happy to be here.
Piggybacking off of what you said, of this is a way to showcase climbing. If you were to, for the non-climbers out there, if you were to have this kind of event showcase one aspect of our sport, what is it that you would want to share with them?
Well, I love the freedom of being able to climb on such a big wall with no ropes. I mean, free soloing is such an incredible form of climbing, but it's super dangerous. The amazing thing here is that you're able to experience that freedom, but with a level of safety.
It's all relative, of course.
But also just it's really, for me, the way I see it, it's a combination of sport climbing, bouldering, speed climbing,
Yes. All
and
concentration.
adventure climbing, because there's this level of adventure to it all. And so it really kind of captures like a very full range of aspects of climbing,
Yeah.
and so I think it's a really unique event in that way.
And for those of us that are not up there and have not experienced, climbing that far above water, what is it like getting to the top and looking down? Can you explain that feeling?
Well, I mean, getting to the top, but even before, like when you climb through that roof, and like I was saying, when you stick that down and you spin around, you're looking towards the city, and you're just dangling by your fingertips. It's such a spectacular feeling. And then, of course, getting to the top, and it feels tall.
Yeah.
It is tall.
Yeah.
And so it's incredible. I mean, it's a really unique opportunity to bring this wall here into Chicago in an urban location like this. It's really unique.
Yeah. Just talking to you now, we can see it still lights you up inside, no matter if it's 20 years into it.
So, yeah.
And over the 20 years, you've pretty much built a legacy, with deep water soloing. And how do you feel about, how do you approach the competition here after so much experience?
I mean, I think I'm probably like 10 years older than anybody here in the comp. And so
we can't tell.
That's wisdom. That's
but like, and I still feel like I'm climbing well. So that's it, but I'm not really approaching it as a competition. Mm-hmm. But I want to use it as an opportunity to climb my best for sure. I think I've competed throughout my career. Different times, and it is something that I thrive on. Sometimes it can bring out, that pressure can bring out the best in you, and so, you have that one moment, one try that you have to give it all, and so Also for me too, as an American living in Spain, it's very special to be able to come back to the U.S. and climb for, be here in the United States and just meet all the climbers here and. Just kind of reconnect a little bit. I think after, COVID, there's like a big kind of gap in a lot of, the events and travel and everything. So to kind of like, I know that's kind of when our event dropped off was right before COVID. And so this is kind of like re-inaugurating, the Ciclo Block Masters series. And just special on many levels,
As you mentioned, we do have some of the best climbers in the world here, and I know there are a lot of youngins coming up as well. And I'm just curious, of course, this could be anyone's game, right? Especially with all of the different variables involved with this competition we have here today. But are there any youngins you have your eye out that you could see as being really a true contender to win?
I mean, it's a packed field for sure. I feel like it could be anybody's game, and I think it's going to be awesome to see. But it really is an honor to be able to compete amongst them, be side by side together. It's a really, I think one of the special things about this event from other types of competitions is that we're all hanging out together, watching each other climb, cheering for each other. It's not like other competitions where you're in isolation, you don't get to watch.
Yeah.
And so I feel like it really captures that element of camaraderie in climbing, and to be able to experience that together with this group of amazing climbers, it's pretty special.
Well, I think they're all psyched to be doing it up there with you as well. So
Most definitely. And I know we have all the best climbers in the world, so they're going to bring out the best in each other. And the show that we're going to see here in a few moments is going to be memorable.
In fact, we are going to get the show on the roll.
Yeah, so we're going to cut to Robin here soon.
Thank you so much
Chris,
for joining us, Chris.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Good luck tonight. Can't wait to see you at the top, man.
Hello, welcome to the Ciclo Block Masters competition at the North Face Climb Festival. I'm so excited to have you all here. I'm your host, Robin Reagans. I am Chicago born and raised and a competitor all my life. I am more than stoked to be back home in my hometown and announcing to you these amazing competitions with some of the strongest athletes in the world. We held this competition in Park City for years, but this is the very first time that it's ever been in Chicago over open water. Also, not to mention, we've had rain all day today. So these athletes have been battling out on a wet wall, wet holds, trying their very hardest in the wind and rain to race to the top. Now we have the finals coming to you. Remember, the prize is $10,000 for first place. It is the biggest competition of the year. They are trying their absolute hardest. They are fighting out here, and you guys get to witness it all right alongside me. I cannot wait. Now, it is my privilege to introduce you to some of my great friends, some of the best climbers in the whole world. These are our women finalists. All right. We've got Julia Duffy, Michaela Kirsch, Hunter Lee, Nicole Makimovic, Morgan Lavenstein, Sonia Gutierrez, Zoe Bitters, Altana Haney, Morgan Tadji, Katie Nelson, Soraya Harper, Brittany Wenzelman, Nina Williams, and Soho Langben. That's your women's field. They are about to compete on the Seco block wall over Lake Michigan in front of the whole Chicago skyline. It is their fastest time. It's bracket style. So whoever wins the bracket moves on to the very next race. Get ready. All right, I'm going to throw you back to Margot and Malik, and they'll take you through the comp.
Well, welcome back. We're here. The finals are about to start. How do you feel about this field, and what do you think we're about to see here?
Goodness. Honestly, all of these women are so strong and also so brave to be up there. It is not easy. They make it look easy, but I assure you it is not easy. So we're going to jump in with the first race. And this is the bracketed round, so it's basically head-to-head.
Head-to-head, one shot. You only get one shot. Don't miss your chance.
Exactly. And to give a little bit of background, actually, so these women climbed earlier in the seeding round.
In the pouring rain.
In the pouring rain, yeah. Don't miss that. Yeah, that's true.
It was raining so hard that water was just basically running off the holes, and it had to change everyone's strategy, and it impacted the rounds going into the finals.
This is true. So they each had 2 attempts.
Yes.
And their best time was what was taken, and now that is what put them in a certain bracket. The fastest from the seeding round will go against the slowest, vice versa. But of course, because of the wall being wet, etc., you never know what can happen here.
You never know.
We're just hoping that all these girls give it their all and can perform their best.
Most definitely. And you just seen the safety crew going into the water. We have 2 lifeguards in the water, 1 scuba diver, just in case anything goes wrong. We try to, cross those T's, dot those I's, and make sure that this is a fun, event for everyone and safe, most importantly.
Yeah, and shout out, we do have the Coast Guard here as well.
The Coast Guard, keeping those waves from boats away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we're grateful for everyone that's making this happen.
Most
Despite
definitely.
the weather, the show must go on.
Yes, and if you look behind us, the people are here. They are stoked. They are excited to see some sending.
A little
and
rain
some dry.
never stopped anyone.
No, actually, it made it harder, but more interesting watching it earlier.
It's true. Yeah, especially when the waves came in and the wall was kind of rocking back and forth, and it's the one thing that's good is that it's fair. If 2 athletes are on the wall and the waves come in, the wall will be moving for both of them.
We got a scuba diver going in there.
Yep.
Luckily, we haven't seen him get any action, so that is great.
No, that's good. We're going to try and keep it that way tonight.
Most definitely. And it's going to be like that because everybody's going to send.
Even looking here at the height of the wall, it's just always a good reminder. Even the athletes, like Chris, who we had here earlier, was talking about how you get to the top and you're like, wow, that is tall and that is definitely scary.
Most definitely. I couldn't jump off the top unless the bottom somehow caught on fire because I'm terrified of heights.
I mean...
And this is the height on this wall is specific to this event here in Chicago. Typically, this event has been held in Park City at an Olympic pool.
Yeah.
Then we're on Lake Michigan, and the wall is on a barge, which adds
another 5 to 10 feet for sure. So the athletes who have previously competed in Salt Lake City have notified us that they do feel a difference when they get to the top. That extra 5 to 10 feet, it makes a difference.
Yeah. And
the crowd's showing up, you can see.
Most definitely. I love to see the people out here. And, just seeing how people adapt to the circumstances that's presented in front of them. That's what makes this so exciting as an event. Because there's so many strategies. It's speed climbing, it's endurance, it's strength, all involved in one. And you see people switch between those type of categories and, just past experiences for the best way to get to the top.
Yes. I think we're getting queued up here pretty soon for this first race.
Yes.
But adapting to the circumstances. If someone knows something about that, it's you, doing alpine stuff. I don't do that, but that's definitely a skill that you have to have.
Most
Isn't
definitely.
that right?
Yeah, I call it mind right because you can never control Mother Nature, as we've seen today. And, you know, you just have to adapt. And the biggest thing is resilience at the end of the day. Who won us the most? Who can, like, suffer through it the most to get to the, you know, to the top?
Just want to point out that skyline.
The most beautiful skyline.
I would
in the
not be
world.
surprised if they return the event to the same location, because I think every time we walk up here, we're just mind blown. It's
Most
beautiful.
definitely. Like when Chris was saying, when you do the dyno, you turn around. I don't know if I did a dyno. I don't know if I would turn around in the middle
When
of
we
it.
did the dyno earlier and we turned around.
Most definitely. Yeah, we've sent this record time, me and Margo. Now, would you compete in this?
I would actually. I considered it. I'm maybe a little more chicken than some of the athletes that are out there. It wasn't the year for me. I've actually never had the opportunity to do it, so I was psyched to do it this year, but I decided to put it off just because injury is a risk here for sure. That's something that we're going to avoid tonight.
Actually, we've actually had a few injuries.
No, this is deep water soloing. So when the climbers fall, they fall straight into the water. There's no other way around it. They can get to the top, but if they get to the top, they've only got 2 ways down. They either jump straight from the top, or they can down climb a little bit and let go from there. It's kind of about the height of sport climbing. So usually it would be a tall wall ended with a rope, but this time there's no rope, so there's definitely a higher fear component that comes with it. You haven't noticed? It's also raining, and it's quite windy, so you can see the wall swing, but competition is all about just adjusting to what's in front of you, so these guys are going to try their best.
All right, it looks like we're queuing up here for our first race.
Yes, our first race is coming too. We got 2 fierce competitors. We'll see who's lining up here in a second. We're looking at some modified brackets here, so give us a quick second.
Give us a quick moment.
But yeah,
We're just waiting for some of the bigger quicks to roll through real quick before we get our athletes on this wall. Thank you so much to all of you for being out here. This is a great crowd we've got. I'm super psyched.
All right, coming up, we got Hunter Lee and Morgan Livingston. This is going to be an exciting first round. We're going to see how people adapt. I heard that they dried off the holds here in between the seating, and we got a special guest.
We have a special guest here, so
what's up,
he's just going to hang out for a little bit.
Most definitely. Might as well.
All right, here we are. We're starting first round of competition.
Yes, yes. As the competitors are getting into place, I wonder what kind of nerves are running through them right now.
I also wonder if those holds are dry at this point, because there's been a lot of falls into the water and a lot of splashing, and those holds at the bottom get wet.
Most definitely, from the overspray of the lake and the waves churning. I'm interested to see what type of tactics that the climbers are going to employ here.
Oh, it looks like we have our first fall. Those holds might be wet.
They might still be a little slick. That adds to the excitement, though, and the strategic. So I wonder how high is she going to go on the wall? Is she going to, right now she knows she's advancing. It might be more so of a confidence thing.
Yeah, she might be just climbing to the top of the wall at this point to have the practice for next time, for the next bracket.
Most definitely. I talked to a few of the climbers, and they said the more that they do it, the more muscle memory they have. The more muscle memory equals speed. And then we lost her.
Exactly. But she will be moving on to the next round of competition.
Most definitely. And that's a good go. And, hope. So we see a replay here coming up. Oh, I can't tell. Was it her foot that just slipped a little bit?
It's kind of hard to tell in this scenario. But I wonder if part of her didn't give it her whole all because she knew she was like, I can come off now. I'm advancing to the next round. Maybe she wanted to save energy.
Most definitely.
Here we go with the replay one more time.
Endurance is very important, so let's see here.
looks like it was not a foot slip, but
Yeah.
potentially maybe running out of a little bit of energy. You know, as we mentioned earlier, these girls have been up that wall a couple times already today.
Most definitely. They had, two rounds in the seeding round?
Yeah.
2 goes. Endurance is going to take a toll on these individuals if the further you advance, the more endurance that you have to find somewhere.
It is for sure, and as Chris was mentioning earlier, it's kind of, we have an aspect of speed here. We have an aspect of power and bouldering, and we also have an aspect of endurance. So it's a all-around test for these athletes.
Most definitely. Okay, we got the next climbers going.
We have now Zoe Bitters
And Altana Elings
and
Haney.
Altana. All right, let's see. These girls both look very comfortable on the route.
This is, okay, they're moving a little faster in this round. We'll see how high they can get. Of course, everybody want to see the top out.
Of course, yeah. And also, some athletes make the decision to leave their chalk bag behind, and other athletes decide to take their chalk bag with them. Of course, sometimes athletes have a few chalk bags because it gets wet every time they fall, but...
Oh,
there we go. It's definitely, it's scary when you fall out of control like that, too.
most definitely, especially when it's overhung so much.
Exactly. When they get into the roof, it's a whole nother game.
Yeah.
So let's see here if she decides whether or not she's going to just drop or she's going to go to the top.
Okay. It looks
I
like
think
she's
she's
dropping.
deciding to save her energy for later.
Most definitely. She did not save that chalk bag, though.
No, she did not save the chalk for later. She's going to need a refill.
Okay, yeah, that was more of a strategic moment to drop off.
That was definitely, yeah, and I think a competition like this where you're going up the route multiple times in the day, you definitely have to have a strategy, and everyone's strategy changes.
All right.
All right, we have a special guest here with us. Can you introduce yourself? Massachusetts.
And goes to
Was
West.
this your first time deepwater soloing?
Yes, this was my first time.
And did you have fun?
It is really fun, yeah. It's kind of crazy, I don't know. I feel like it's not really something you can imagine besides just doing it.
Has this competition so far inspired you to maybe take it outdoors?
I have always actually wanted to water solo outside. And I remember when I first started, I watched this competition, but I never thought I'd actually get the chance to compete.
Well, it's very cool to have you here today.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you.
And it's beautiful to see those things come to fruition. You wanted to water solo, and now you're here.
Yeah.
Okay. We lost Sarai on the wall. Let's see how high Nina Williams goes.
Let's see.
She is such a fierce competitor.
Watching the other women up here, too, are you learning from their strategy at all?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Watching Veda is really helpful.
It's really helpful.
Yeah, it's really cool watching professionals climb as well. Their flow is really cool. And also just seeing their strength and power, it's really...
Nina is the queen of power, isn't
yes,
she?
Exactly.
How is your strategy going to change moving into forward rounds? Do you have one, or are you just going with the flow in the moment?
Honestly, I've kind of just been doing the latter. I don't know. I didn't think I'd make it this far. I kind of just joined because my friends really just pushed me and encouraged me to join. So I never really imagined getting to this stage of the competition.
Oh,
it was really just for fun from the start.
It's very exciting. It's very exciting, and we are looking forward to watching you in the next round. Thank you for joining us.
And cheering the whole way. Now, I think Nina's going to top out just because it's part of her strategy to learn the wall and get that flow so she can go faster and faster.
I actually have been to Majorca on a trip with Nina before, and when it comes to conquering your fear, she's kind of the queen of that. So I think she's having fun with it up there. I do. I think that she thrives in an environment like this where the pressure is on and there is that aspect of, pushing through the nerves. I think she's really great at that. And also, she might be testing out, are these holds dry? Are these holds not dry? And she's being a little more conservative in this moment. But,
she can take her time.
For the next rounds, maybe she's like, all right, I can step it up a notch.
Most definitely. They say pressure busts pipes, but in this case, pressure makes a diamond, and that's simply Nina Williams and the things that she's been able to do over the years.
Here she is at that top out. it's nice for us also to get kind of a closer look at those holds near the top.
Oh yeah, you see that
There
smile?
she is waving at the crowd,
Right.
smile.
Yeah, this is just child's play to her, really.
Yeah. So, first climber at the top of the wall.
Yes.
She has a couple options when it comes to getting down. Unfortunately, there's no water slide off the back. It's something we've talked about, but maybe next year. Maybe I'll compete if there's a water slide off the back.
We need a curly water slide, not just one straight down.
Here she is again.
Yes.
Let's watch both of them. Oh, such a good
Oh,
fight.
Soraya slipped off. But perfect entering the water form. Can we see?
And actually, a fun fact about her, this is the first competition she's ever entered. Not just deep water
Ever?
soloing, but ever
Wow.
entered.
What a stage to enter on.
I know. Brave girl, and it's so cool to see her out here.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
My palms are sweaty from just watching this, you know?
I know, mine are too. I'm like, oh, this is making me nervous.
Yeah, my heart is beating. I don't know if it's because of the live stream or just looking at Nina dangle 50 feet. Oh, yeah.
All right, so Nina's taking the option of down climbing a good 10, 15 feet and then dropping into the water. She could jump off the top if she wanted to.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe in a later round she'll choose to do that.
Yeah.
But there's
That's a
options.
celebratory hop.
Or you can also down climb the entire route. But given that they have already climbed on this route quite a bit today, I'm guessing they're going to want to save their energy.
Well, there's certain athletes that I talk to that their goal is to top out every round and to jump off every round because from what I've heard is like the jump from the top is the hardest thing to do.
For sure.
And if you can do that every round consistently, then everything else should be like slight
and
work
also
to an extent.
athletes that are really looking to move on to the next rounds, I know that some of them are like, I don't want to get wet. I don't want to be cold here.
And we have
a guest.
A wet, cold guest here, Soraya.
We have, yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
We have Ariel, who has come. The most beautiful hair.
No, oh my gosh, no.
How was it out there?
It was good. Definitely a little slick today due to the rain.
You felt it for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the wall was literally dripping through the cracks and volumes. And,
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Did you have a fun time though?
Oh, so much fun. It was so cool.
I was mentioning how this was your first competition you've ever entered. Can you tell us about what motivated you to come here?
I just reached out, I guess, and talked to the right people, and they asked me to come join, and so this was something that I probably would have never done without being all around the right people.
And do you think you'll do the competition again?
I think I will. I am local to Salt Lake, so
Amazing.
it's normally been in Park City until this point, so it's funny that the first one I go to is actually
not at home.
out of town. Yeah.
No home pool advantage.
No,
No,
yeah,
and
exactly.
definitely different in open waters. I can
For sure.
tell,
Did you
yeah.
feel the wall swaying at all when you were up there?
Only when you're standing there. I'm
Okay.
still kind of swaying now, but
You're
like,
like, I'm
when
on a
I'm
boat.
on the wall, I'm not focused on that at all. But I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm sure. If you didn't have the adrenaline running, correct?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So,
Correct.
being this your first competition, what are some things that you're going to take with you moving forward?
Well, this is definitely applicable to I'm a coach, so I am going to
Lost the climb.
looks like we fell. I'm going to be doing some deep water soloing courses. Oh, that's so fun! Oh, she's gone.
Strategy. I think she just dropped off to save some energy.
She did.
And-
No, I'm going to be doing some deep water soloing in Mallorca this October with some of my clients. So
Beautiful.
I'll take this to that and be able to coach them
Wonderful.
through it.
We're going to jump into a replay really
Let's do
quick.
it. Yeah.
Slipped off.
We can see we lost one climber,
That's
and we
smart,
can
Nicole.
see,
Yeah.
yeah.
Strategically, she dropped off.
Strategically, yes.
I mean, what's going to be great is, yes, they're dropping off right now to save the energy.
Right.
But just imagine it's going to be more people with more energy as the rounds go on. So it's going to get more.
It's going to get intense,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
The
Competition is
will
turning
build.
up.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Thank you so much
thank
for
you
joining
guys.
us
Oh
here.
my gosh, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'm all wet
and
and dripping all
inspiring
over.
us all
No,
to
go-
just jump
Oh, this
in
is
and
amazing.
do that.
Yeah.
Anyone who's looking to compete, you
Oh,
know,
I think everybody should try this. It definitely builds your mental game, for sure. So,
we'll take that.
okay.
We'll take that for next year, right,
Thank
Malik?
you, guys.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right,
I'm
bye.
an enter. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, we got 2 more climbers. Oh, got Nina.
All right, we have Nina Williams here with us in the booth. Nina, first person today to get to the top of the wall. How's it feel? Are you cold?
I'm a little less cold than you might think, but I'm definitely just the shock of hitting the water.
Did it hurt a little bit?
It always hurts a little bit.
It always hurts a little
yeah,
bit.
but,
bit.
you know,
The
it's pretty fun,
sting.
too.
It's the old familiar feeling.
The sting, yeah, totally.
I was talking about how you focus very much. I know you also are a coach, and you focus very much on facing your fears and conquering your fears when it comes to climbing. How do you apply that to your own climbing in a competition like this?
Ooh, like this, I guess I recognize that I'm never going to conquer the fear, right? Like, it's here every year. And that's part of the reason why I do this comp is because I put myself in a place of discomfort. And I'm like, if there's any place, any comp to do that and, like, work on it, put my money where my mouth is, really, this is the place to do it. Yeah.
Most definitely so. Is it hard to come back to this competition after so many years off? And the last time you competed, you had an injury. Do you want to speak on that just a tad bit?
Yeah, so the last time I competed was in 2018, which was the last year of this comp, and I hit the water weird and I tore my MCL. This year I have a slight MCL sprain on my left knee, so the opposite knee. So I'm wearing a knee brace in anticipation of that. But, you know, it's weirdly, 5 years later, I feel okay. Like, on the wall, I'm not scared. The impact of the water is actually what scares me the most. But, you know, I have rested in the weeks leading up to this comp and feel like I'm in, like, pretty healthy shape. So, you know, just taking it as it comes.
Yeah.
Being pretty conservative, too, with the knee.
Now, what
Right,
you're not
safety first, right?
Yeah.
Always.
you're not conservative with your energy. We've seen that you topped out even after your opponent fell off. Is that part of your strategy to like learn the wall as much as possible?
Yeah, so I see it. I mean, like, I could. We're really just doing 1 or 2 or 3 laps on this route, but in a normal climbing session, for me to truly warm up, we're doing like 3 routes as the warm up itself.
Okay.
So I see it as an extra warm up, and I get to keep my chalk dry.
That's strategy. If you didn't know, the chalk is all that goes into it.
Well,
Looking
we
at this
will-
replay real quick.
Yes, we will let you rest up for your next round. We are so excited to watch. Thanks for joining us.
Cool. Thanks, gang. Thanks for watching.
No, thank you, Nina. All right. We're seeing a bit of people, you know, use the strategy of withholding energy to move forward.
Yes, except for Nina.
Except for Nina.
Except for Nina, but
This is
she
warming
said
up for
that
her.
she needs. Yeah, she said she needs a little extra warm up. So we're gonna jump back into this next round to see who's gonna qualify for the next bracket.
Most definitely. The bracket's moving quickly.
I know they are moving fast.
It looks like a Sweet
Hard to
16
keep up.
NCAA bracket right now. All right, we got.
So on the left here we have Soho Langben, who actually is, I call her my Chilean sister,
Aw.
my older sister. She's an incredible climber. Her brother is actually also here competing in the event for the men.
Most definitely.
And she came all the way from Santiago. And this is her first time competing in an event like this.
Okay.
She said she is nervous, but she's having fun with it.
Yes.
And she climbs very gracefully, obviously. So
Very relaxed
we'll
and comfortable.
see. Yeah, I think she could do very, very well here.
Now, Brittany, she's not too far behind on the, you know.
She's not. It's a close race.
I believe I talked to Brittany earlier, and she said that the holds are slick, but all she has to do is grip a little tighter.
When you have that extra strength, it's not a problem, I guess. So,
No.
so look at her.
Yeah. And just look at this. Oh, there goes Brittany.
Those holds might be a
little
little slicker than earlier, even. Yeah.
A little slicker. It's almost like a penalty to slip off the wall because your shoes get wet and your chalk bag gets wet.
It's true. The one thing I do know from experience, I have never done this competition, but I have deep water soloed outside, is that your shoes tend to dry pretty fast.
Okay.
However, the chalk bag, as mentioned, that's always something. You need multiple chalk bags.
Yeah. And a lot of people say they have multiple shoes also.
Yep, it's because the leather can kind of drip and seep
Warp a
through.
tad bit.
Exactly.
Oh, Brittany.
There's this replay again.
You see, I love Brittany grabbed the nose before she hit the water.
That's smart. That's also strategy.
Most definitely. Another strategy I heard many climbers use is squeeze your cheeks as tight as possible on the way down.
I think that is a thing. I think that is a thing.
The impact is real.
Here we are on the replay. Here's Soho. She's coming down. She actually had almost a slip as she was dropping on purpose, but it's a little scary coming down to the water like that. All right, and we have a special guest here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
Can you tell us about how it was up there?
Good. I've never done anything like this. It's pretty scary. but the climb is really fun.
Well, you're brave to even be up there doing it, girl. You did an amazing job as well.
Thanks.
Are the holds still wet? I know they went up there and dried them, but
they're not too bad now. Earlier, they were much
worse during the practice rounds. And did you, I know that the athletes had a day or two to come and practice on the wall a bit. Did you have the chance to do that?
Yeah. I was there yesterday for the practice round.
Okay.
The weather was a lot.
Yeah, the weather was a lot nicer. It was a little bit of a false advertisement for what you got today, right?
Yeah.
What does the weather adds a whole different aspect? Does it feel scarier climbing above the water when the weather's this way?
I think it cooling off was nice.
Yeah.
So it wasn't too bad. The waves at some parts of the day were a little concerning, but the wall wasn't really moving when I was climbing, luckily. So
lucked out on that behalf. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yes. We'll see you.
All right. Well, I guess we're waiting to queue up 2 more climbers.
We are. So let's give a little update on the brackets here on who will be climbing next and who so far is moving on to the next rounds.
Okay, I'm gonna let you overlook that a little bit.
We need our brackets to come up. So.
Yeah, Q. No, there we have it. Look at.
There we go. Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you. All right, so we will have Julia Duffy moving on to the next round, as you can see, and Michaela Kirsch.
Yes, and then we have Nina Williams.
And we should have this should update a little bit more, actually. Sorry for that.
It's all good. It's live.
Because we know we have Nina Williams.
Most
we
definitely.
have Soho Langben. All right. We have a very special guest here with us.
Pretty boy, Maddie Hong.
Hong.
Pretty boy, Maddie Hong.
I didn't say it. He said it.
We see the curls. The people at home see the curls. You know,
I hide them.
How are you
Thanks for
feeling today,
joining us.
man?
I'm feeling good. I think everyone's pretty excited for this evening. So I'm looking forward to it.
How was the seating rounds earlier for you?
They were not quite what everyone was preparing for. It ended up raining on us pretty much all morning.
Okay.
So we were climbing on wet holds and. It was a bit more insecure, the climbing, than what we were hoping. But it was everyone had to deal with the same situation. So it's all right. It's part of the competition.
Yeah, most definitely.
Can you explain for us how the holds are different in this round than they were from the previous round? For instance, I know that the setters are taking a few of the holds off for the men.
Yeah, so we ended up climbing with all of the holds in our seeding round because it was wet. But now for finals, they will be removing some of the holds. And, we don't really know what it's going to climb like because we didn't try those sequences. But we have an idea of what to prepare for. And I think, it's definitely going to add a bit of interesting factor that we, are going to have some new holds, some new movements.
How hard do you think this route is?
It's hard to say. I think the route that the women are climbing right now, the route that we did our seating on was maybe 512B.
Okay. And without the extra holds, or you don't know yet because you haven't?
I'm not sure. I know only one person did one of the moves at the top using what we assume is going to be our holds. So, it's a bit unsure how hard the final route will be, but we're thinking 513C maybe.
Right.
Just going to jump in and say we have Julia
Duffy
making it to the top of the wall right now.
Nice.
Only the second girl up today. So she'll have to make that decision. Is she going to jump off the top? Is she going to climb down those 10 feet? Or does she want to climb down the whole route, of course? It's not the way to conserve energy, but...
I seen Chris Sharma climb down the whole route, and it was just...
He did. He slipped at the bottom with the wet holds, though.
This is wild. It's an amazing feat to be able to see how far these people can take it.
So, Maddie, can you tell these people a little bit about how the difficulty of the route maybe... there's a totally different aspect when the fears involved being over the water, when the wall is moving, the holds are wet. You said this is maybe 12B, but with all those other variables.
Yeah, I think this evening is going to be a bit of unknown situation for a lot of us because we're going into this route without knowing all the movements, but it's also we're unsure whether it's going to be a speed thing or a difficulty thing. So we're, a lot of strategy needs to be kind of like brought into this evening, because I think, because we're unsure of the final moves, you kind of want to pace yourself, make sure you have enough energy at the top of the climb, but it's also a race at the end of the day, so you don't want to go too slow or be too conservative,
Yeah. You got to know when to take the chance, basically.
Exactly.
It's almost a gamble a little bit.
Yeah, I think this competition is a bit about, like, risk-taking. It's a bit about just, like, maybe if you don't have a hold quite the way you wanted it, you just got to keep moving, rather than trying to be perfect on the wall.
All right, we're about to take a quick commercial break,
But
y'all.
we will be back shortly.
Most definitely. See y'all in a second. Chicago, we're here.
Thanks, guys.
No, thank you, Maddie.
My name is Aaron Mike. I am a Dene rock climber, owner of Pangea Mountain Guides, and athlete for Natives Outdoors. What my work is to bring sustainable rock climbing practices to an underserved community that don't have access to it. Sitting down and engaging people with different points of view or who aren't well versed in, sustainable practices. That's another beautiful thing that, these outdoor spaces bring us, is this connection with people, and not only a people, but different groups, different user groups that all have a stake in this land.
To the Seco Block Masters in Chicago, sponsored by the North Face Climbing Festival. It is a beautiful day, and we got Nina Williams and Zoe Bitters on the wall.
So the fact that these two are on the wall means that they won their last round.
Yes.
So they were both the quickest or the woman who got the highest up the wall on their last round. And so now they are going head-to-head, and it will come down to whoever gets the top fastest.
Most
we'll
definitely.
move on to the next round.
And you can see the pressure in the round is starting to amp up a bit. You see Nina's not the cool, calm, collected. She's like sees a move and goes for it. She doesn't even think. It's just muscle memory at this point.
You do still have to be very careful at the top there, though, because I think, as far as the athletes have said, that's where the route gets more difficult.
Most definitely. I think that's where the crux is going to be.
So it looks like Nina will be moving on to the next round.
Yes. All right.
But we are still going to see both of them have to make that jump either off the top or climb down those 10 feet.
We got two sins. That's a beautiful
pretty
moment.
Cool. I love the camaraderie. You can always see that when they both get to the top of the wall.
Most definitely. Because it's a deep even though it's a competition, you can notice that the athletes have a deep admiration and respect for one another.
It's true.
Cut back to this finish by Nina. Just a beautiful top out.
She looks confident. She looks pretty unstoppable out there today.
Yeah. And to be coming back, and I mean, Zoe, she's put on a show from the seeding rounds to the finals, and there's no real losers.
No, I mean, anyone who's out there and climbing above this lake, up 60 feet, I mean, they're winning already. So
most definitely, because the nerves involved. You know what I mean? Like, to be able to calm yourself. I guess we just lost some shoes in a way. I think the shoes did not land on the barge.
I think you're right. I think you're right on that one.
But yeah, let's see if they're going to do like a simul jump together or something.
They might. We'll see.
Okay,
looks like they're going to climb down. And as Nina mentioned when she was in the booth, she has injured her other knee, and now she has a little bit of a tweak on her left knee, and so looks like she's trying to be a little bit conservative with that drop. But even with that down climb, she's still ways above the water.
Most definitely. Even from this position, it's about 40 feet.
Yes.
I mean, that's a lot of hang time.
That's a lot of hang time.
The average human does not be in the air that long unless we're on a plane.
Again, for those of you who are just joining us, we do have both lifeguards, we have the Coast Guard, we have a scuba diver in the water to support the athletes and make sure that everyone stays safe. So shout out to them.
Most definitely. And as she looks over the edge, my heart is still like,
your heart's beating.
Most definitely so. Height is something that I think as a human, naturally, you're kind of like sketched out by it. Just, because, your body's like, this could be dangerous.
It's true. So it looks like she's going to make that down climb. And as mentioned earlier, for those of you joining us, this wall has been the last several times this competition has occurred. It was in Salt Lake City over a pool in Park City. And the wall is now a little bit higher because it's on a barge here in the water. So we have an extra 5 to 10 feet, which makes a big difference. Yeah, it makes a big difference. But also, like, I don't know, it makes a big difference in a good way. It's already a unique competition that you do not see. All right, we got an update on the women's bracket. So we're moving into almost to the grand final. This is going by fast. It goes by very, very fast. It does go by very fast. So as you can see, we already have on the left side here Julia Duffy and Nina Williams. Yes. And they will be competing in the semifinal to be in that final. And that final, even to make it to that final round, I'm sure the adrenaline is just running for them. It's very exciting. It's, we've got a crowd out here in the city, and we know we all have you on live. So, all right, we're jumping into the next race here. All right, and they're off. Michaela Kirsch on the right. She is a Chicago native, which is very unique. She climbs very hard outside. She actually recently sent her first 5:15, La Rambla, in Spain. And she's here. She actually said she has a high school reunion, and she has some friends here. So she's putting on a show. That is kind of the best high school reunion. It's like, look how cool I am now. And still be just slight flex. Yeah, you're still pushing yourself in new ways. And the thing is, like you said, she just sent her first 5:15. It is so funny how, like, you can climb harder, but this wall still is a severe challenge for these climbers. Yeah, it's a very different kind of challenge. And she's obviously succeeding at both. No, it's a certain amount, it takes a certain amount of just skill and focus to even get to the wall. So it's much respect to all these climbers in the field. Okay. Looks like she's taking her time here. That was a beautiful She doesn't have too much pressure on time at the moment. There's a smile for her Chicago crowd. Yeah. Here we go. Both climbers still on the wall. Yeah. Oh, it looks like, all right. As you can see, even falling from that height, it's a big drop. Most definitely. So let's see Michaela's strategy here. Hi. Hey. Hello. We have a special guest coming to the booth. Why don't you introduce yourself to everybody on screen? My name is Morgan Lavenstein, and I ate it pretty early on. But I just wanted to come in. You were out there, though. You were out there. I signed up at like 9 p.m. the night before. Did you really? Yeah. Good for you. That's brave. What made you take the jump to sign up? Yeah.
Let's go, Michaela.
Most definitely.
Yes. She's amazing. I love climbing. Climbing is everything. And I know, like, I'm very much an amateur, and I just kept my eye. You're not an amateur if you're out there on that route. No. Right? I just was seeing how many women had signed up, and there was only 2 women that had signed up. So I figured it was worth every penny to, like, I'd get to climb the wall a bunch because there were only so many people, and why not, right? I mean, you got to take the odds, right? It's 10K on the line. You got to get for sure. Well, I mean, I knew it was pretty much out of the question. But to be out there with, like, Emily Harrington's like a hero of mine, and you know, what I mean, a hero of all of ours. Honest to God, like she's, and so many of these women that I've seen compete. So it's just really cool to be out there, and I'm really grateful to be here. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Yeah, warm up, dry off. Yes. Okay, I'm starting to see the sun peek out a bit. I know. The final we might get a little sun through the clouds here. Hopefully, and hopefully it dries off these holds, because I just want to see how fierce this competition can really get. It's true. I mean, watching both, the last 2 girls to top, Nina Williams and Michaela Kirsch, who actually are very good friends. I can believe it. Those are 2 that we could see in the final, head to head. Ooh, Who do you think is going to take it if it does come down to Michaela and Nina? Honestly, I think it could be anyone's game. I think that having the support of your hometown is one thing, maybe an extra boost, but also Nina, she's fierce out there above the water, so it's anyone's game. But we'll see. We still have other ladies in the running, so. Oh, most definitely. And Nina has a lot of experience in this event. So we'll see how that experience comes in as it goes on.
All right. We're down to almost the final four.
We are. And I do want to mention that Michaela Kirsch has won this event previously in Salt Lake City.
Okay. Oh, so it's looking like it might be it. Well, we got Nina coming out the left bracket. You want to call it the West and East?
We can call it whatever. So apparently the water is not very cold, which is nice because sometimes when you're doing this outside, the ocean feels freezing.
Yes.
And given that it is summer here in Chicago, it's not too cold.
Yeah.
So that's a bonus for the athletes.
Nah, Chi-Town is a beautiful place, man. And I just appreciate to be here to see this unfolding in front of us. It's just like something I'll tell the grandkids, you know what I mean? Like, back in my day, we was climbing walls. And I'll tell them that I climbed it without a chalk bag, but I'll be lying.
See, we got a little photo bomb there.
Oh, yeah. Plenty. The kid who came earlier, can we?
I know. We'll discuss that later. That was cute.
All right.
All right, here we go. We have Soho on the right.
And Morgan Taji on the left.
Morgan on the left.
You're starting to see, like, their hair is still wet from the previous rounds and everything.
Yep. Well, see, I am curious, as you mentioned earlier, who has multiple pairs of shoes here and who does not, and is that making any difference for these athletes?
I do believe so.
It looks like Morgan is really picking up the pace here. She knows that it's coming down to it, and maybe making it to the top of the wall is not enough at this point. You have to have a fast time.
Most definitely. It's got to come down that as we advance, especially this is basically the semifinal round. I like to see the speed being implemented as a way to put pressure on your opponent.
It's true. It's true.
You know, usually it's like the rabbit in the hare, but in this situation, if you go out fast and you do have the endurance to keep going fast, it could probably put your opponent into a position where they might make a mistake.
It's true. If you're not going too fast and you don't make a mistake, but you're going fast enough to be ahead of your opponent might be focused on catching up.
Yeah, always almost a step behind. Look at these amazing dynos. Are you coming up?
All right, here we are. They're both on the prow right now. You know, I've talked to some of the athletes, and they said this is the scariest part of the wall because if you were to fall here, that you're a little more out of control.
Most definitely.
So pulling onto the head wall is maybe a little bit more pleasant than being in that really steep overhang.
Yeah.
All right, let's get these ladies to the top. And we have a special guest here.
Yeah, you want to introduce yourself to everyone on stream?
How was your experience?
Scary. It was fun. I topped it yesterday, which was cool, and I don't know, it was fun today.
What did it feel like standing up there and looking across at the Chicago skyline?
I mean, I was kind of scared. I was just up there. I threw my chalk bag, and I was like, okay, I have to jump. But yeah.
Is this your first time competing in an event like this?
Yeah. I have done plenty of youth comps and stuff, but no deep water soloing.
But now you can add that to your resume.
True.
Do you think this is something that you would pick up in your free time, trying to deep water solo some?
I don't know. I don't know how many more of these I see myself doing, but.
All right, we got a replay. We had two tops. It seems like the speed factor paid off in this round.
It does look like that. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
And we are going to keep our fingers crossed that we do see you come back to this event.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Here's a replay. Soho pulling over the top.
Well, so we got like Morgan advancing. All right.
Okay, will do.
Look at that beautiful pullback shot from the drone. It's just showing how majestic this wall truly is.
What an event for the North Face to put on here in conjunction with the Seco Block.
Most definitely. It takes a lot of collaboration between the city and the brands to make something like this happen.
It's true. And also, there are so many volunteers here today, locals to Chicago. So we want to thank them for coming out, putting in their time, and making this event what it is.
Yeah, from the local route setters that's come out to the volunteers who's making this run smooth. There's just so many people that hands on deck to bring these events to life. Even from the inception of the idea, it's just so many, moving parts coming together. Cogs in a wheel, if you may. All right. I'm pretty sure we're going to have another guest come through here soon.
We will.
She was like, I don't need help. I'm swimming.
Well, it looks like that a lot of those athletes look down, and it's a thrill. It's exciting, but also a little bit scary. I will say that I think I would be someone to climb down. I don't think I would jump off the top.
I think I would be somebody to climb down the scaffolding. Like, jumping from the top just could never. I don't know, for me. I'm a chicken.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to be moving to the next round very quickly here.
Most definitely.
These athletes who have fallen into the water so many times now, luckily they have a few changes of clothes for afterward for the event.
Yeah, got to stay warm. Most definitely.
Most definitely have to stay warm.
We got these beautiful Seco Block trophies. Yeah.
Again, shout out to
hunting to the replay of that last round. It's heavy, too. Okay. Perfect entrance into the water from both climbers.
So again, for those of you who were not here to catch the beginning, there is a 10K cash prize at this event.
They're going to have it in a suitcase
winner.
and just open it up at the end.
I'm not sure about that, but potentially. We don't know, I guess, right? We don't know.
Looks like Pulp Fiction.
So it looks like we are going into the next round of competition. These two girls have made it through quite a few rounds now and come out on top. So let's see how it goes. And also, it's quite a test of endurance because going up a route like this so many times.
Most definitely. Just pumps you out.
It's difficult, you know. And whether or not athletes train specifically for this deepwater soloing event, these athletes spend a lot of their time training to be this strong, this quick, this agile on the wall. So much goes into it. They might make it look very easy, but I guarantee you it is not easy.
You know, when you put in those 10,000 hours to be an expert, it does look easy. When, like, the average human is just, this is cool to look at. I would be terrified, you know, if I had to do it.
Wow, they are really moving at a quick pace.
Most definitely. And they're going through the hard section with no problem. It's almost like they got it dialed in, memorized at this point.
Exactly. And, you know, with an event like this also, it's not over until it's over. So even if, for instance, Nina is behind here, if her opponent were to make a mistake and fall, Nina could still win this round of competition. But it looks like there are no mistakes being made.
There we go. There we go.
At the top.
Beautiful sight to see.
Made it look very easy, too. Let's see. I think Nina's going to go to the top just for the fun of it.
Yeah, but I do think the time still comes into a factor.
For sure.
Possibly. You know, if no one slips. I am so happy the weather broke.
I am happy the sun is coming out. Maybe they will jump off the top together. We don't know. We haven't seen that yet here tonight. I guarantee it will happen.
Yeah.
Some brave souls will go for it.
I think we'll see that more in the finals because people do not want to risk injury.
It's true.
Even though you're falling into water, like Nina said, she tore her MCL back in 2018 from a fall into the water. Earlier today, Daniel Woods had to drop out the field. He actually cut his toe open.
Sliced his toe.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it also just happened. Here, we're going to jump into a replay here so we can watch Julia cruise to the top. Look at that smile. And I am not 100% sure. We should check on this, but I do believe this is her first time at an event like this.
Seriously? Okay. Well, it just shows that, you know, it's anybody's game at the end of the day.
It is.
It's a game of chance, and X's and O's kind of, you know, just if everything works in your favor. But that's a beautiful thing about climbing. You can have the best day of your life and, you know, surprise yourself and surprise every person on this pier.
It's true. It's true. It looks like she's going to down climb here. Be a little bit more conservative because she will be going to the final.
No pressure.
No pressure.
It's just 10K, right? It's just 10K. That's all.
You can do a lot with that.
Oh, yeah. Most climbers, you can buy a lot of beans and rice.
Looks like Nina might be considering jumping off, but we'll see.
It just seems like she's taking it all in. You know, one last good glance at the skyline. I would just be, you know, proud of the show that all of our competitors have put on today, no matter what the ranking or placement is.
Exactly. I believe we have 2 more rounds now. We have one more semifinal, and then we will have the final event.
Oh, most definitely. All right. So coming up, we got Michaela and Morgan.
Michaela and Morgan.
To
see who will compete against Julia Duffy in the final round for the 10K and this beautiful trophy we have in front of us.
All right. So today, right here, we have this beautiful fabricated trophy for the Seco Black Challenge. It is heavy, it is real, and it is worth it. You know, this is one of the things that people are competing for. I would love to have this on in my house on the coffee table.
What are we all?
It would be like, what is this? It's like, I climbed that.
I climbed it, but it was much bigger.
Right.
Life-sized.
This is not the scale.
Life-sized. I think we're going to get another guest here in the booth with us momentarily.
Most definitely. And you're seeing that crowd grow more and more here on the Navy Pier. It's beautiful. People were standing out here in the rain. That's how high the stoke level really was.
This is heavy. It's pretty heavy.
Most definitely.
It looks like we're going into our last semifinal round.
No, semifinal.
And we have Michaela Kirsch. Again, I do want to point out that she is from Chicago, so this is her hometown.
Hero.
She is a hometown hero, and she has won this event previously in Salt Lake City. Again, for those of you joining us now who didn't hear us earlier, this wall is slightly taller because it is on a barge here in the water.
You can see the extra, that concrete padding, and well, I don't want to call it padding because it's concrete, it's not soft. But you see the concrete giving that extra verticality to this, which is making this very specific. If it never comes back to Chicago, what happened here will be talked about for years to come.
And I believe this wall, when it was in Salt Lake, was 50 feet, 55 feet, and now it's added another 5 to 10 feet because of that barge, as we mentioned. And this route going up the wall, the girls have had chances to go up it, both in the practice rounds and now in all of these seeding rounds and these knockoff rounds. But it is hard. You have to have a lot of stamina to do this route, even one time, and some of these girls will have done it
upwards of 8 to
10? Yes, I believe so.
8 to 10 times. But, you know, that's why we're starting to see these dialed-in races. We're going to see people moving fast. I expect this is going to be over before we know it.
Yes, and even if you make it to the top, you are going to get wet because you do need to drop into the water or jump off of the top. So you can see these athletes that are jumping on the wall. They're already wet from the previous rounds from dropping into the water. Yes.
Their chalk is probably like clunky flour, like you're making a cake in your
probably.
chalk bag.
Hopefully they have some new chalk bags. Also, we do want to point out we do have a scuba diver in the water.
Definitely.
We have the Coast Guard here. We have lifeguards to make sure that we keep these athletes very safe.
Yeah. The biggest factor is gravity, you know?
It's true.
Gravity is...
in climbing in general, right?
Yeah. Do you see this pirate boat on the lake?
Exactly.
They look like they're about to row ho-ho and take over the wall, you know? But we've seen some interesting watercrafts out here, and just, I don't know, it's cool being on a lake. I'm from Memphis. We have a river, the Mississippi River. I wouldn't want people to be taking a dive into the Mississippi River, but Lake Michigan is beautiful.
I will be curious if they have the event here again next year. So far, it has been a blast, so we hope so. But we went from a pool to a lake, so who knows? Maybe we'll be on the ocean next time.
All right. And look at all these people. You see,
they look psyched. They're psyched to be here.
The beautiful Sears Tower. I've heard it's a different name now. I'm old, y'all. I'm sorry. It was a Sears Tower in Home Alone, so it's a Sears Tower forever.
Honestly, I wish I could help you on that one.
Home Alone happened in Chicago. I'm showing my age.
I haven't even seen that movie. Don't tell anyone that.
It is called Willis Tower now. Sears has, changed their business model with bankruptcy, and now it is the Willis Tower. But one of the most beautiful skylines in the world. I think the only other skyline that I've seen that can compete with Chicago is Dallas.
I mean, New York.
Do you see the skyline, though? It's like you're in New York. You see the scrapers, but you have to,
That's true. But having the wall out here, honestly, from our point of view, the wall looks taller than the buildings. I know it's not, but it does look that way. Probably feels that way for the athletes when they're up there as well.
Most definitely. This is a climbing skyscraper.
Wonder what Michaela's thinking.
I was just wondering, what do you think their nerves are, especially the longer you have to wait?
It's a good question. I mean, we're going into the final round here. This is exciting. The crowd seems super excited. The athletes are probably a little nervous, but also just stoked to be here. You know, so much goes into having this kind of fitness. I've known Michaela for a very long time, and she tends to be very consistently strong, fit, performing both inside and competition, both. So much goes into that, you know, nutrition, hours in the gym, training. These athletes really have to do everything they can to optimize their performance, their strength, their ability on the wall. It's very different, I'm guessing, from – it's similar in the way that there's a lot that goes into it, but also a different type of fitness from alpine climbing, for instance, which you have a lot of experience with.
You know, I'm more so worried about cardio, but there's so many unexpected factors coming into this, like how the weather has played a huge factor in the seating and the placement today. Most competitors said it was just pouring water off the holes earlier. You can't see it now. It was so gnarly earlier. But because they have that fitness and that fortified, can we just appreciate, like, climbers' fitness?
It's true. And I think sometimes it's overlooked, but finger strength is a thing. And both these girls, to climb up this wall so many times, especially when the holds are wet, you know, finger strength is so important in climbing because you're holding on to tiny edges at times. And here, those holds are slightly damp. So there is something we call over-gripping or pumping out.
Yes.
And that can happen here when you are trying super hard to hold on to these little holds and they are wet, so you're trying even harder. These girls are really moving at a quick pace.
Yeah,
this is going to be a close race.
It's just you hear the crowd. They're excited. They're giving them a show here. But, yeah, I just appreciate the climbers' fitness because as I've gotten older, I've just really learned that I love cupcakes more than I love having abs.
Wow, these girls are really going fast.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be an interesting one. Let's go.
When they go at this speed, there's a little less control and a little more risk, but it looks like they're only focused on getting to the top.
Yes, mind on the money.
Wow. It is a close race.
Every move is sticking. This is such a great...
Both of these girls. It looks like Michaela might take the cake for
Let's
her
go.
hometown
hero.
Wow.
Hometown hero moving into the finals. That was amazing. They really gave a show. It seems that Michaela is getting a boost from the hometown crowd.
I think that she tends to do well under pressure. You know, even these athletes, the fact that they're here, they must do well under pressure. And I know that many of us have like a love-hate relationship with that. Like you...
Cutting to a replay here. Look at this fantastic finish here from Michaela. But also Morgan right on her tail.
Right on her tail.
Yeah, not to take anything away.
She should be proud. Yeah. She should be proud.
It's just a game of chance. You know, it could have went any other way, but both of them gave it their all, and they're both sitting up top looking at that beautiful skyline.
I would be curious what the actual time is.
Ooh.
How long it took Michaela to get from the bottom to the top.
Ooh. Yeah. Look at them just soaking in that beautiful moment, the beautiful Navy Pier in the background. This is like
absolutely stunning.
This is like the most cinematic. You know, in climbing, you always see the beautiful wall. You see the alpine landscape. But this is really, in an urban environment, just as beautiful.
Yeah, it's an interesting juxtaposition from, you know, a sport that had its birth outdoors in nature. And, you know, we are in nature in the sense that we're on this lake here. But we also have the juxtaposition of this skyline and this city, and it's quite unique. All right, looks like she's taking the jump.
We got the first one jumping from the top. Oh, don't like that. Yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Perfect form entering the water.
A brave soul.
Yes, to try to limit the, you know, there she go. Safe and sound. As you see, we got the scuba diver and a lifeguard out there. The scuba dive, they're all cued for if a climber doesn't come up in 5 seconds that they're going to go
They're going underneath.
Yes, which is great.
Michaela looks like she's shaking her head up there. I don't think she wants to take the jump. No. I'm guessing she wants to make sure she stays in prime shape for that final round. Oh, ooh, that little slip there.
That little slip. And, you know, it's those things like a little slip that can cause an injury in this event. We've had competitors belly flop. We've had people in the past who've, like, landed on their ear and ended up injuring their eardrum from the impact of the water. But as long as you can go in like a pencil, you should be fine.
Yeah, a lot of the time there's a little bit of a doggy paddle in the air. You can see And then as you hit, you break the surface tension with pointed toes, ideally.
Yes. Because, I mean, like, even a flat foot, you know, you want to break the surface tension. You don't want to hit it. It's just such an unnatural way to deal with water.
In fact, you can see on this replay, too, Michaela has no shoes on, but it actually tends to hurt less if you have shoes on because they break that surface tension much easier than a barefoot.
All right. We got Michaela getting out the water. And
we have our finalists.
Yes. We have Miss Julia Duffy.
And Michaela Kirsch.
It's going to be a good round. I guess I'm going to root for the hometown hero. I'm rooting for everybody, but if I had to take a friendly wager.
Here's our bracket, just to give you a visual of all the women that started off here this afternoon/evening, and now we have our 2 finalists.
Yeah, starting from a round of 16, and we whittled it down that quick to 2 finalists here. This is going to be a very exciting final. I wonder how much time are they going to get, because Michaela just came out the water, so how much time do you think they get to recover in between?
That's a good question. I would be curious, but I'm guessing they're going to have a few minutes because just to try and even out the time between Julia and Michaela, because Julia's already had some time to recover, and Michaela literally just came off the wall. Not to say she is not capable, because she has a lot of endurance. Yeah. She's an amazing route climbing athlete. She has performed nationally, internationally. So I do think this round is going to be so exciting having, as you said, the hometown hero and also the underdog.
And Michaela's going to get a little rest because we're going to cut to a commercial break here in a second. And hopefully during these 30 seconds, she takes some deep breaths.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, the commercial comes soon. But, but yeah, so we down to the top 2. This is an exciting event. You know, it's something that you don't see every day, especially in Chicago. All right, we're going to.
All right, here's a little more replay of some of the athletes coming into the water here. Also, we do want you to stand by for the men's competition. The excitement is just going to keep coming after this quick break.
The Stoke is in the air, and we'll see y'all soon with the finals and going into the men's. The dramatic music. Cue dramatic music.
Come on, Jimmy.
In middle school, I had friends, but I didn't have a lot. In high school, it was a little bit more sociable. You know, everyone was a little bit more friendly. They would have talked to a bit more, but it was more of acquaintances. There was no one real friends there. But here, it's a completely different ballgame. I can walk up to someone today and, you know, like, hey, how are you doing on the course? And we instantly start a conversation, and we're friends by the time we leave, you know. Everyone sees your struggle. Everyone sees your effort, and that's the only thing that matters. You know, you have someone here climbing alongside you, whether you came alone or you came with friends. Someone is there climbing alongside you, facing the same wall, the same problem. It makes you remember that, hey, we're not so different.
Melina Costanza. I mean, come on. Is a stone-cold killer. Dictionary definition of domination. An absolute legend in the youth circuit. We
have our female champion.
has been on the U.S. team 18 times.
Melina Constanza, number 1. She will have popped every route in this competition.
She had an insane breakout performance. Everybody has been eager to see what she can do.
Melina shows us how it's done.
Melina Costanza, and just like that, you're national champion.
Etc.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're psyched to have you here. We are at the Seco Block Masters at the North Face Climb Festival 2023.
At the beautiful Navy Pier. Look at those majestic buildings. Look at that magnificent wall. Look at that large crowd. We are here.
Beautiful.
Yes, most
It
definitely.
is beautiful. Thank you for joining us. We also have a special guest here with us today. Can you please introduce yourself
to everyone on
I'm
screen?
Morgan Tadji.
Thank you for joining us, Morgan.
Yeah, glad to be here.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what led you to coming to this competition today?
Well, so I've been climbing since I was like 10 years old, competing since I've been 10 years old. I'm 20 now, so kind of a long time. I heard about this comp from Robin. I'm a friend of hers.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
She is doing the commentary on site today.
Yeah.
And do you like it here in Chicago?
Yeah. I think it's really pretty here. Fun to walk around the city.
Is it your first time?
No, I actually had a youth nationals once here. It was last year.
Can you tell the folks that are joining us, can you tell them a little bit about what it's like to be up there climbing on that wall above the water here at Navy Pier?
At first it's really scary, and then over time, like my last race, you're really just thinking about getting to the top.
Yeah.
So.
How did the rounds and like earlier today impact you as the day went on?
I think so in like the semi, I decided to only climb it once. So that was like my strategy to take time.
We're looking at a replay right here. Was that almost a slip?
Yeah, the wind
You
blew.
scared us a little bit, I will be honest. You
It
scared us.
me.
Did you feel the wind blowing when you were climbing on the wall as well?
Yeah, a little. Sometimes you can feel it rock a little bit, and it's kind of weird. That's not normal.
You're the first woman we saw to jump off of the top. Tell
Yeah.
us, was it scary up there? Exciting?
Yeah,
Butterflies?
it was scary. Yeah, it was very scary.
What is it like staring off at the skyline from the top?
It's really cool, but it's also really scary. The platform is a bit slippery, and
As
it's
we
pretty
saw
windy.
in the video, right? As we saw in the video.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
We are in the Windy City, so sometimes it just comes with the territory.
I know. Too bad it's not a sunny day like it was yesterday.
No, for sure. It was false advertisement.
Yeah.
Climbing up on this wall, do you feel... Is there a certain point when you just completely forget about the fact that you're climbing over water, the fact you have no rope, the fact you are soloing?
Yeah, it's definitely, at first you could really feel it, and then over time you sort of get used to it.
Okay.
But it was my first time water soloing.
Okay.
Or going that high without a rope, probably. So,
Would
yeah, it
you
was
like
scary.
to try deep water soloing outdoors?
Yes, I would really like, it's Mallorca, right?
Mallorca is definitely, I would say it's like the epitome of deep water soloing, where the sport was born.
Yeah, I would love to go there one day. I think that would be really fun.
What is like some of the most interesting meals since you had in Chicago? I had a weird hot dog the other day. They put like a cucumber, bell pepper.
We will throw in there that Malik went looking for the bean and ended up at the coffee bean.
Listen, if you type in the bean, it'll take you to a coffee shop, not the silver Chicago bean. I rode a bike 30 minutes for no reason. I needed the cardio. That's what it was.
Have you made your way to the bean? Not the coffee shop, but
I have not seen the bean yet. I should do
haven't
that.
either. I need to do that as well.
I'm going to wake up very early and try to be a tourist tomorrow. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
me too. I'll do that too.
And will you tell us where you come from?
I come from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Okay.
Salt Lake
I
City, Utah.
I spent 10 years there as a child.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That is the hub these days for
It is.
training, isn't it? Can
Yeah.
you tell us a little bit about the scene there in Salt Lake City?
Yeah, it's I'd say pretty competitive. Being like a competition climber, there's a lot of strong people in Salt Lake City, which is cool, and maybe not for everyone, but I think I really like that about
thrive
Salt
in
Lake
that
City.
competitive environment.
Yeah, I feel pretty lucky that the training center's there also. I get to train there sometimes. But it's nice that they came to me and I didn't have to go out to find them.
As you mentioned, being a competition climber, how do you feel like this event compares to other competitions you have competed in?
Very different. I think competition climbing has helped me with like the pressure and all, but yeah, different strategy, different. This is more like speed climbing a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good mixture of both. You know what I mean? It's endurance,
Yeah.
speed. It's almost like all the concentrations you need to go to the Olympics right here. So that makes me ask the question, when are we going to see Seco Block in the Olympics? NBC, who do we petition to?
That'd be cool.
Also, as another female climber out here, I mean, in this competition I've been watching for years a lot of my idols. Were you able to climb or hang out with any of your climbing idols here?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, you're an idol of mine.
Aw,
I've
giving
looked up
flowers.
to you for like ever. Also, Nina. I look up to her and how good she is at like highballing. I think that's really cool.
For sure, she's a brave one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, we did have shout out to Emily Harrington.
Most definitely.
Who was here. She unfortunately had a bit of a injury come up, but she was here going up to the top of that wall yesterday, looking very, very strong. And we're hoping she'll be back the next year. She does have some experience in this field, so
Most definitely.
shout out to her.
And as you're, shout out to her, Emily, and we see the climbers starting to queue up for the final.
We are starting to queue up for the final round.
The big moment is
I'm
almost
not
here.
someone to make bets because I'm kind of rooting for everyone, but if you had to bet on someone to win,
that's tough.
All right, starting to
Maybe.
see.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're both climbing really fast today. Really
they
well.
are both climbing very well. Anyone's
All right.
game.
We're here for the finals.
Right. Here we go.
We got Julia Duffy on the right.
And we have Chicago native Michaela Kirsch on the left. It's going to be a tight race.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm rooting for the hometown hero. I hope that at her high school reunion she has somebody to prove something to.
I'm rooting for both these girls. We do have the hometown hero and we have the underdog.
Ooh, such a good round.
Honestly, amazing that both of them are even here in this final round. It is neck to neck, and they are going fast. These girls are not even thinking about the water below them. That is a fact.
Nah, it's just all at this point straight muscle memory. Every move got to count, and they're both going for it.
It's going to be a very close race. Wow.
Look at that
Michaela pulling out in front a little bit here, and Julia just on her tail.
It's neck and neck. You can see the control is they're swinging off the wall more. And
I have nerves watching them.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
These two girls are just flying.
Oh, my God. It's going to be a neck and neck finish, y'all. Okay.
It's so close.
It's the hometown hero.
We have Michaela coming out on top.
Yes.
Just barely. Amazing.
That is beautiful.
That was such a tight race.
And you know what? With a race like that, we all win.
Oh, I love
With the
It's going to
embrace.
make me cry watching them hug. I love that's one thing so unique about climbing. There's so much camaraderie here. We're going to watch that the replay.
Neck and neck. And there's like really nothing you can do. It's just the beta that you have and making micro adjustments as you go up.
It is interesting because the athletes were mentioning that one side of the wall was a little wetter than the other earlier. Did you have a thought on that?
Yeah, I think I felt the red side was a little bit wetter.
The red side was a little bit wetter.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of that plays into these girls on the wall.
Just look at the commitment involved.
Both of them were just flying up, though. That was impressive. So brave. It takes a lot to climb up that and then add on the speed.
Yes, and then the wind. We didn't know the wind was up there, too. You know, I feel it down here, but of
Look
course.
Look at these two.
Beautiful.
Number 1 and number 2.
All right.
It looks like Julia is going to climb down.
I wonder if Michaela's going to take the big plunge.
And I feel like Michaela's going to jump. She's here in front of her hometown crowd. She has a lot of experience with this type of competition at this point, having won this event in the past. So we'll see. And as mentioned, she was telling me earlier, it is her 10-year high school reunion. So I think she has some friends in the crowd.
Most definitely. I mean, like, winning a competition like this at your high school reunion has to be the best feeling ever. There's so many people who think, you know, they remember you from high school, but they get to see how much she's really grown.
Okay, it looks like she might be climbing down, but
look, she jumped off the wall enough.
Honestly, no judgment. I think I'd be doing the same thing.
I wouldn't even be doing that. You'd be seeing me on that left side of that scaffold look like Spider-Man.
We're not even up there, so.
I'd be looking like Miles Morales. All right, the last drop of the day.
Last drop
We have our women's
the
champion.
girls.
Beautiful. That was great.
That was amazing.
You couldn't
That was
really-
an exciting race. I don't think we could have asked for a better show.
Not at all. And just look at this crowd, how it's grown. There's people on the roof on the Navy Pier. There's people at the rail on the Navy Pier. There's people in the VIP. There's people everywhere. It's just beautiful.
Will you fill us in on what it's like to hit the water when you're dropping down or falling off of the wall?
It's pretty intense, I'd say. The water kind of hits you real fast. It's hard to keep your limbs in. It kind of, if you have like your arms out or something, it can kind of shoot those up.
Looking at this finish one more time. It was so neck and neck, like a split second, you know? Just a split second. I do wonder what the people on these ferries are thinking as they're just floating by.
I know, it's a good question. They're probably not sure what to think of this wall. They might not even know it's a climbing wall.
Oh, look at those all
It's a new skyscraper
smiles.
being built.
Waving to the hometown. Our hometown, like, that is such a moment. A hometown hero taking home the Masters during the class reunion. Such a beautiful moment to share with everyone.
Have you climbed with Michaela Kirsch in Salt Lake City?
A little. I actually sat at the Salt Lake Bouldering Project.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, and she's always climbing there, so it's fun to see her training and working hard.
What do you feel like, for those people that don't know, can you explain what setting is? And can you explain how maybe it has an impact on your climbing?
Yeah, so route setting is putting on the holds in a path in the same color for people to try. And as a setter, you try to make things creative, new.
And then complicated.
Yeah, and complex. Yeah, and then for me, it's helped me a lot in understanding how to read boulders or routes better. So that's been like a huge thing for me in my competition climbing.
All right,
So-
we're going to cut to Robin for a quick interview with our winner right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
She has been my best friend since I was 4. We grew up together climbing in Chicago and doing that long drive to the Red every weekend. She is my absolute hero, and I am so excited to talk with her. Here she comes. She lost a shoe. Congrats. We're hugging with life vests, but how do you feel?
I'm excited. I'm excited to watch the boys and just relax now.
All the stress is over with. How was the jump?
Oh my God, I got beat up. You guys.
She is. You can't see, but her arms and legs are all red on the underside. She's got bruising everywhere. It's crazy.
It never gets easier.
Yeah, she's won this comp before, so this is 2-time champion over here, but it doesn't get easier. Does it get any less scary?
No, not.
No, she says no. How was that last race? Were you pushing it speed-wise?
Yeah, I felt like my last 2 races we were just like hauling up the wall. So it was good. It was a good challenge. Wasn't afraid while I was climbing. It's just letting go.
That's how I feel too. Letting go is hard. Climbing's what she's great at, guys. She's amazing. Let's give her one big round of applause. This is our Seacoast champion.
Shout out to our divers. Shout out to my girl. Thank you.
It's true. Those divers are keeping all our athletes safe. Michaela makes friends with everyone. All right. Thank you guys for watching our women athletes. That was amazing. I'm mind blown. Don't go anywhere. We're changing the course a little bit. Okay, that starts at 6:45. So please do not go anywhere. Stay around. I am telling you, it is going to be an incredible show. They are so fast. It's so
For me, like what gets me super motivated is climbing like at my limit. Kind of knowing like I can do it takes a little bit of the fun out of it for me. I really like to just be able to like try something and be like, holy shit, like, is this even possible? Like, can we do this?
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the.
Nice. Super chill, let's go. Yes, come on. Come on, Sean. Come on. Very good. You got it, dude. Come on. Keep it together. Come on, Sean. Easy, Sean. Let's go. Come on, dude. Relax. Come on, Sean. You're good. Come on. Come on, Sean. Come on. You got it, dude. Come on, Sean. No! Brutal. I thought I'd maybe fall earlier, but not there. So we're here at Alphane Moon Project. A notorious project that Dave found back in like 2003 or 5. He did this climb next to Alphane Moon. It's a classic, like 8A. And so now we're trying this one. And progress is going pretty well. Almost have it in 2 parts. Probably been like 10 days now. A lot of beta changes.
Oh! Yes. Come on, Sean. Let's go. Come on. Try hard.
We thought that like the first part, the crimp undercling to this, was like 8C for me because I have a really hard time like crimping this hold and it's kind of my anti-style. And I'd always thought that it would be like 8C for me, but like maybe easier for somebody else, like maybe 8B+.
Yeah.
Then the next part was like 8C, 8C+. So the breakdown was 8C to 8C+.
Padded up. Let's see what you got on this end. To the top now. Nice.
Alright, definitely just go through that fast. I was just getting pumped. Oh, my left arm's blown as shit. Right arm's fine. Alright. Very sick day. Got pumped. That's what we got.
We're at Bella Luna today, and we're gonna try to link the whole thing to the top. It used to drop off at this brick about 3/4 of the way up, but Roman cleaned up the top of the boulder a few days ago, and we worked out the sequence, and it adds maybe a 7C or 7C+ finish to the existing line and takes it to the top of the boulder. So it's really the king line here. I feel fucking good today.
Fuck yeah.
Really?
That is.
I think your whole thing was like,
damn. Jeez.
Honestly, I don't know who the fuck they trust. Is he my friend or my foe? I'm a extra draw. Yeah, she give me that clean as well. I remember back when I was younger, I was happy. Nowadays feel like no one in the I'm good at artists, silly, I'm Bob, Bambi. Baby's yellow, text.
Let's go, dude.
Oh,
dude.
Nice, dude.
Beautiful.
Training. Oh, yeah, good. Nice.
The top adds.
Dude, the top is gonna be
The top's like, honestly, I was like pretty convinced I was gonna fall.
Hey guys, we're here at Alphane Moon. Mighty Hung's crossing. He's gonna blow out his bicep.
So that hurt.
Yeah. It did. I'm just warming up. Day 18. Alphane Moon Proj. You want another one? Day 26. Here we are again. Day 45, man. Here we are. Getting closer every day. Just gotta keep trying. Just gotta keep trying. Alright, cut. Alright, today's the day, day 60. Feeling really good today. Wind's coming. Here we go. Let's go.
Off,
Come on. Day 100. Fucking man, I feel beat down, man. I feel fucking beat down, but I listened to this podcast from Martin Keller the other day. Fucking, he sends day 200. I'm halfway there. Let's go.
Honestly, I don't know who the fuck to trust. Is he my friend or my foe? I'm a ex-bro. Yeah, she give me that claim as well. I remember back when I was younger, I was happy. Nowadays feel like no one understand me. I'm good at artists, silly, I'm Bob, Bambi. Baby's yellow, text. Soon, give me like candy. Run up the racks, track me. I'll run up the racks like an athlete. Big facts, you're the dick, 6 flags. Ballin' like Dinky, told her I love her. I ain't really mean that, yeah. Nowadays these people like friends. Remember way back she was love. These bitches sneaky can't come. I got 4 hoes that went up. I remember. Remember I was trying to dog food, no kibble, just to get me some scribble. Remember I was really on the block like Tetris, just to get me some chip. Surfing, rock in the parking lot, my weed louder than like the gay bar block. I be on her mind like non-stop, yeah, had to cut the little thought, no, I'm talking about. Remember smoking blunts with my friends, the seconds a couple of days, yeah, left a lot to the fan. That's the shit got me upset, but at 8, then I finally started getting smoking with side. 4-4, I'm a zombie, it's the girl, it's the these little boys think I'm cocky. Poppin' straight up, Mary Poppins. Still like an ice, smoking on killer, I ain't a cop. My bitch, drippin' Mary Poppins. Still like an ice, smoking on killer, I ain't a cop. Now that these people are friends, remember way back she was love. These bitches sneaky can't cope. I got 4 hoes that went up. I remember.
Come on.
Come on, Maddie. Let's go, dude. Easy, dude. Come on, dude.
Abs are good, man. Come on.
You got it, man. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Perfect, Maddie.
Come on, Matthew. Get out.
Come on, dude.
Come on.
Very good. Yes. Nice. Yes.
Nice.
Solid.
She dumped
Yes.
off the ground.
Nice.
Longest project.
Nice one, dude.
Yeah,
That's casual.
That's a fucking penguin.
It is mega.
Good work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice one.
Dude, you looked a lot chiller at the top than I thought you were going to
Yeah,
do.
you look locked in.
I've learned how to rest there, which makes that move doable. Like before I was trying to rest like this. But if you just like rest like this, you can like get this hand okay to do this move. And then the top I kind of figured out.
Rope climber Maddie. Coming in hot.
like you see like these rocks in the river and you say, wow, this rock has super beautiful colors. But you don't even think about climbing it really, no? So at the beginning, I remember the first images that I have about that rock is just me looking at the beauty of the structure. Briona is this super special place because the rock for some reason creates this crazy swirly lines. It looks like a mosaic, you know? Like it's the best rock I've seen, like for real.
This is Squalo Bianco in Bavona, the river block. It's cool. It's like a longish boulder, many moves. Every move's kind of the same in difficulty. Kind of has everything to it. Left hand, I bring my right foot up, come in, and 1-2, double clutch. Actually, it was weird. Last year I tried this thing, and the first move gave me a lot of trouble. You have to do this heel hook and then do a really extended move off the heel hook. And I actually could barely reach last time. But this time it went pretty fast, so I think if I can get through that, and then my crux is the last move. Hitting that double tick. Yeah. There.
These?
It's gonna be hard to put together the whole thing, you know? Kind of like a lot to do on it. A lot of points of like failure where you could totally fall. Just to the left of Squall though, that's this amazing project that we always looked at, but you can never tell if it goes because like the river rock here is so polished and there's not that many features. And once we wrapped down it and checked it out a little bit closer, there's like totally grips, sit crimps, like feet kind of hidden and stuff in the moss and everything. So yeah, kind of came together. It's an incredible project, like for sure one of the best. Feet came off though, it's like fucking kind of airball, you know? Felt hard though, I was like looking at it, I was like, fuck, this moves so hard. And just like connected with it nicely. My foot came off, but it didn't matter. All vibes.
Making moves.
Fucking psyched, dude. It's so cool. You can like fully ISO it, just left foot only.
Yeah.
Go to this.
Yeah.
And then you can plug a knee scum.
Ah.
And then I can bump to the high one, and then adjust.
Yeah.
And then a bump to the tick.
Cool.
Yeah. This move, the first move is, I wouldn't say it's the hardest move, definitely not, but it's for sure one of them.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of them. Like, this move's really hard, this move's not crazy.
Yeah.
This move's probably the hardest. Like that section's probably the crux.
Yeah.
And then the last bit is like, probably similar in difficulty to the first move, the last move. But you're just, I'm so fucking tired right now. I gotta eat some cheese and bread.
Yeah, come on. Like when you're there and looking up, I don't know. It's just the last one and it's scary, so it's hard to commit.
Well, that's probably my Swiss trip. God damn it all.
So yeah, Jimmy basically had to book a trip home and had to cut his trip short, which sucks because he was about to do that boulder and he grabbed this hold, slipped off, spun him out a little bit, and then he just wham right on the crash pad. Severe sprain, which ended up being torn ligaments in the ankle. Pretty unfortunate. Kind of flat, but at least it's side pull.
Yeah, and if you squeeze, maybe that's a good option.
Exactly. And then I think even if you
sketchy.
fell, yeah, a little sketchy. Climbs out this mega roof right here. Kind of a crazy landing. Physical moves, but pretty perfect. All-time climb. Nice, Sean.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then go big
And the
left hand, big jab.
Shoot up. Alright.
Great moves. Yeah, amazing moves. Yeah, I'm finished.
Yeah, we should go. Working with athletes, man. Horrendous.
All right, Maddie.
We're having a moment.
They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. They feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate.
Stink Felipe. Scary. And pumpy.
Well, yeah. It only feels a lot more elevated from the start. Like from the start, it definitely feels elevated, but in ISO, like it's not really that crazy of a move.
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. Almost drowned. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer it down. Ooh, yeah.
You get the one over the lips, don't you?
If I was like a little, I got there and I didn't feel shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like brick.
And these are like slow people.
Yeah.
So like
Come on, Sean. Easy, Sean. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Nice, dude. Let's
Come on,
go.
Sean.
Yeah, come on. Nice. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Nice,
Come on.
Sean. Easy. Easy, Sean. Come on. Nice. Perfect. Hell yeah. Nice. Come on. Come on. Yep. Nice, dude. You got it. Very good, Sean. Got it. Yes. Come on. Come on. Come on. Very good. Nice, Sean. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. Easy, dude. Easy. Very good. Nice. Perfect. Very good.
Jug right up there.
Yeah, you can move your feet. There's good, Gaston. Yep. You can put your feet out left now as well. Nice, dude. Yeah, nice. Solid. Hell yeah.
Oh,
sick.
Nice. God.
Congratulate him.
I'm telling him to do it again.
First try. Wait on a second. Oh, Maddie's here. What's up?
I came just as your good luck charm.
Yeah.
Take some cred.
Hell yeah.
Do you get pumped?
Yes.
What? You get pumped?
Blasted, dude. The last move at the going to the last tick right here.
Oh man.
I went left hand because I didn't know where to put my feet, so I was like,
dude, it looks so. When I saw you at the end, it looked so sketchy. I saw your foot, and I was like, oh man, that doesn't look like
I was
this is
just
a
like,
solid foot.
yeah,
I was like, whoa, in the coral.
I was like pumped. I was like, just let me get over the lip. I'm not chilling. I definitely went like a little sketch.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself. Yeah, why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water no bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight.
Yeah.
They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate.
Let's go.
Yeah. Finally.
Yes, dude.
Owned it.
Dude, fucking limit going to the ledge.
Yeah, way to commit, huh?
I was like a little pumped, and I fell and just caught it. But I didn't catch it in the good spot.
You really went for it.
Turn my head off.
We're headed to Cresciano to try Dreamtime, one of the world's most famous boulders. Today is day 4th on the boulder. So yeah, I'm psyched. I think I can do it today. The weather's good. Feeling good on it.
Formula One qualifying, first of the year. One try, watch the Formula One. Another try, a little bit Formula One. As it's my first time here, I wanted to check out Dreamtime off the wagon. You know, the boulders that I've always heard about and seen the videos. And I have an elbow epicondylitis that is still here, you know, Gopher's elbow. And it's been really bothering me for the last few months. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to climb at all on the trip. I almost didn't come, but I was like, you know what? I might as well just change the scenario, try to stop thinking about the injury a little bit and just go out and climb with those guys a little bit. And yeah, I'm really stoked that I was actually able to climb. I really had to pick and choose what I would hop on, you know, what kind of boulders I could try. But Dreamtime didn't hurt me at all, and yeah, I'm just psyched I got to climb on that.
No!
Go.
What makes this route hard is the fact that it's extremely powerful and at the same time extremely technical, and you need to be able to know how to climb and how to use friction holds. And I think what makes this climb like one of the best for sure and hardest projects I've seen is the full package. Like, it's got every style and every technique on it.
The bottom is pretty basic power climbing on edges, and then when you get to the midway break, the style changes up a lot and you start grabbing more open hand style grips. You're doing some weird heel hooks, you're doing hard walk-offs, weird drop knees, and style just completely flips. And then when you get to the finished jug, you still have this like Altro V10, which is very much on you all the way to the top. So to do this whole thing, it requires both power and endurance. I've probably put in like, I don't know, 8 or 9 days so far, and I'm still trying to make some links on it. I think it's really hard. It's definitely that next step.
But it's really like the actual process that's like, if you make that fun and everything, then that's like what you remember and what counts to me more so. Like, I love projecting almost more than sending. Now that I'm like all sussed and starting to feel really good, it's like I'm like thinking they're less hard. Like originally we thought they were harder, but so it's hard to tell. When you get acquainted with something, it all feels easier.
Shit, I forgot.
I feel like I'm like hyping it up to be too hard that I have to be super fresh. But then maybe I do, just it is that hard and I have to be that fresh. I can't tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell when you get close to do a climb. Everything feels easier and probably should feel easier because that means you're going to do it. So, who knows, maybe it still is like 8C to 8C or 8C to 8C plus, but now that I'm about to do it, everything feels really solid, and so I think it's more 8B plus to 8C.
Welcome to Alphane Moon. Here you can see that we have a hard project in which Sean Rabitou is going to demonstrate shortly. Let's see if his skin is good enough to be able to stick to these non-existent grips and be able to propel his body upward to the finishing jug. This is going to be a very, very, very interesting battle. Let the games begin.
Getting too high, and then I was like, fuck, I'm like stuck, like the foot feels so far. And before, I feel like I was kind of like getting into the foot and like coring up more.
Now on the go, you like that.
I feel like I'm more coordinated. I think I was like going out too far. Like there I really stayed in.
Really on your back.
Huh? Like something like this has happened like 3 days now. Or it's just like something that I've always done right, and then on the send go I just don't realize that I was doing it. To not try so hard, man. This airflow.
Come on, man. Nice. Come on. Yes. Yes. Come on. Come on. Very good.
He's done like a lot of 8C first ascents and 8C plus that no one knows yet, but he's like crushing it. And I think Sean personally is maybe the best climber I've climbed with at the moment. This thing's hard. It's really hard.
Come on. Nice, man. Come on. Nice. Come on. Come on.
I knew I was gonna drop. Oh, I'm so pumped. Damn, that was sick. Nice, dude. 2 for 2. Oh, I got there and I was like, so pumped. I did like 11 moves and I couldn't move.
Nice, Sean. Easy. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Very good, Sean. Easy, dude. Come on, dude.
Come on, man.
Let's go. Come on. Very good. Come on.
Very good, man. Come on. Get it. Get it. Yes.
Very good. Nice.
Yes.
Solid, dude.
You're good, dude.
Come on, Sean.
Come on. Come on, man.
Come on, dude. Come on. Easy, Sean.
Let's go. Solid, dude. Come
Let's
on.
go.
Place
Come
it
on.
well. Yeah, you got it.
Solid, dude. You know this. Yes.
Yeah, easy, easy. Come on, man.
Come on.
Come on. Jug.
Yes.
Yes.
Very good.
Come on, man. Jug.
Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Nice. Very strong.
Stop that. Good, dude. Jug's coming up. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Yeah, rest. Rest. Come on. Relax.
Stop that. Yeah. I hear him chatting the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man, so tough, but minds keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. Yes. Oh yeah, dude. Woo. Awesome. Caution. Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow on the beat, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. Play screen, gotta get out the. Sick.
Good work.
Sick.
Very
dude.
good job. It's over.
Big battle.
Thanks, boys. Sick, bro. That was epic. I'm so pumped right now.
Dude, you almost fell with the jugs in your hands.
It was
That's
crazy,
insane.
dude. I was fucking blown as fuck. It was crazy.
I feel like if you didn't find that left heel hook,
I would've been
you wouldn't have
pretty
done.
fucked.
Yeah.
Like I went to go do that. I was like,
Oh my
no.
God.
I'm so pumped. God.
Held it together.
I was sick.
Champagne
Thanks,
party.
boys, for the support.
I'm sitting soaking wet. So. It's nothing we didn't expect. I'd hoped for a miracle, but This is New England. It's more of a practical type of place. Well, yeah, that's it. I can't even put chalk on any of these holds because it's just going to get soaking wet, but hoping for some sunshine now. China Beach itself has everything you could ever want out of a rock climb. It's one of the most aesthetically pleasing routes I've ever seen. It has these white dribbles of sea foam that go through the rock, and it's beautiful. What is my history with China Beach? Well, if you've never been to Waimea before, it's almost like when you look out across the ocean and it's a super windy day and there's all these white caps and there's this foam bursting out of the waves and like drizzles of white everywhere. It's the ocean frozen in time. I came up to Waimea one day and there were ropes through the draws all the way to the top, and I was just like, whoa, like someone's on like this hard route and it's beautiful and it's so cool. And my coach was like, why don't you try it? Why don't you get on it? And I was like, what business do I have getting on China Beach? Like that's ridiculous. But he was like, why not? Just, there's a rope on it, just top rope. And China Beach always stayed in the back of my mind because it's like the premier route of my home crag.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's the king line of Rumney for sure. I don't know what else you'd compare it to. It's a line, it's like a discontinuous crack system in the middle of this overhanging swell. I mean, when you go to the cliff, that's kind of where you go, oh, yeah, look at that. That's a cool route. I one-hung it 20, 30 times, I don't know, a lot of times. And then Dave Graham and Luke Perde were ripping through all of the open projects at Rumney, and they were kind of leaving me alone for a while. But I got to the point where I saw him on the trail, and I'm like, hey, Dave, you guys, you go get on China Beach, He was like so excited. They were just so much better than anybody else. Have at it. Go for it, send it, which they did.
China Beach starts off with a small slab, so some easier climbing, some 511 climbing into almost a no-hands stance, where you can shake out, stand on your feet, and just contemplate the movement ahead. And then you start climbing into this like gently sloping belly that looks like a big wave coming out of the wall. And you're moving through some underclings that are good on the hands, but really insecure, slippery feet. The holds are textured and so bullet. So you have to press into the feet to make sure that they stay. And you get to a big horizontal crack, a break in the middle of the wave. And that's where you get a pretty marginal shake. You're not on very good holds, but you can kind of like reset. And then the upper half of China Beach, from the middle of the belly wave all the way to the top, is a fairly sustained boulder problem, where all of the more difficult climbing is. So you do a big left hand reachy move out of the break, and then you kind of do some crimping moves up into towards the top section. And then once I'm in that section, this is like the last kind of marginal rest. Take some deep breaths, because at the end, most people, they do what's called the big iron cross move. And the iron cross is pretty notorious on this route. It's not like super hard if you have the reach, but it's still hard after you have done all the rest of the moves. And it's even harder when you can't make the reach at all, like me. And for years I tried that move and never thought China Beach was possible for me because I couldn't span it, until one day I got curious and I started looking for other holds, because there are options here in Rumney. And I found this like marginal sloper, like a sloping, almost non-hold that's higher than everything else. Dude, I kind of like that.
The seasonal christening of the sloper hold. This hold is the key to my success and my only option for this climb.
So I grab the ledge with my toe, and then I reach up left hand to the little sloper that I had to find and clean off, and I change my left foot to a heel, and I rose move underneath my arm and grab the good part of the arete. And once I grab that good part, I still have to fight the barn door, so I flag my right foot really hard and press to keep the swing from happening, and do like one more move and clip the chains.
When I figured out that beta for the first time, that's when I knew this route was possible for me.
Welcome back to beautiful Chicago, the Windy City. We are here at the Seco Block Masters at the North Face Climbing Festival. Welcome back to the people who've been on stream. Welcome into the new people on the stream. Next to me, I have Miss Margot Hayes. How you feeling, Margot?
Doing well. It is windy out here, as you can see.
Yes, I don't think they call it the Windy
beautiful.
City for no reason. But yeah, it's beautiful here at the Navy Pier, seeing the beautiful skyline in the background.
The sun is peeking through a little bit.
The sun is
over
trying to
that
fight its way
skyline.
out. We've had a rainy day.
We did have a rainy day. We're having a little bit of a respite from it, but the rain might start coming again. We just don't know. You know, we have Mother Nature always wins. So
Yeah, Mother Nature gonna make the best finals ever.
She is.
But welcome back, people. It was brought to my attention that I've been saying most definitely too much. And all I got to say to that is most definitely. You know what I'm saying?
Most definitely.
But the word this round is going to be, you know what I'm saying, all right?
I mean, try it out.
Okay.
Why not?
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for joining us. As you can see the wall here, we just had setters up on the wall, changing the route slightly from the women's round for the men's round, making it just slightly more difficult for these climbers. We are excited to see what they can do, excited to see how fast they can get to the top.
Most definitely. And
still crown a winner.
Yeah, and we still got the Coast Guard patrolling.
We do.
Still got the helicopter
We
circling.
have a scuba diver who is ready to go under if needed. And we also have a few lifeguards out there.
Yes, and this is going to be a stacked men's final. Well, not even a final. This is a men's competition. They have some of the best climbers in the world.
We do. We also want to shout out to Chris Sharma, who is here and has been very paramount in bringing this Seco block climbing, which was a word created in Majorca for deep water soloing, climbing over the ocean. He has really brought this to the forefront of competition climbing now here in the U.S., so shout out to him.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see him being able to bridge the gap between his passion in climbing, but also be able to bring it to the mainstream. I mean, I imagine he is a proud father at this point, but I imagine he's a proud father to see something that he holds so close to his heart for so long.
This is his other baby, this Seco block climbing. Here we have the winner from the women's round, Michaela Kirsch. How does it feel?
Hero.
Oh my gosh, it's a huge relief to be done jumping in the water, honestly.
Are you dry yet?
Not completely dry, but I'm getting there. I'm really excited to watch the men's competition.
Is there anybody in specific that you think might take the crown tonight for the men?
I don't know. It's a really stacked field, so it's hard to say, but I'm kind of rooting for the young guns. Like, it would be cool to see Sean Rabitou kind of come out of nowhere and swoop it.
Very cool. We are going to come back to onset here live at this event. Robin is going to introduce the athletes for us.
Yep. Back to Robin. She's spacing them out. 2 inches,
Hi
everybody.
guys, I'm Robin Reagans. I'm your host. This is the Seco Block Masters Comp at the North Face Climb Festival, and we are so happy to have you here. This is a deep water solo competition over Lake Michigan. So this is the very first time that this competition is being held over open water in Chicago. We ran this comp a bit in Park City, Utah, and then we took a break, and now we are taking it on the road with the North Face, and this is our first stop. So we are very excited. Earlier today, we had a seeding round where all the men raced to get their fastest time. Based on their fastest time, we now have a bracket for finals. All of these men are about to compete in finals where they are going to try their absolute fastest and hardest to get to the top before someone else. That person will advance into the next bracket, and we will keep going until we have our winner. That winner who stands on top will have $10,000. It is the biggest comp of the season, so it's a really big deal for these guys. They are going to try very hard, and we could use all your support. Real quick, I am going to introduce every single one of these amazing athletes. First off, we've got Ben Hanna. We've got Maddie Hong. We've got Nathaniel Coleman, Ross Fulkerson, Tristan Chen, Chris Sharma, Charlie Barron, Facundo Langben, Andrew Reagans, Maxwell Becker, Quinn O'Francia, Chris Cosser, Eric Breed, Gavin Albright, and Sean Rabitou. Thank you so much for being here. These guys are going to try their absolute hardest. We're going to take them off, and they'll be back to the wall in a second. So I'm going to toss you guys back to Margot and Malik.
What is up? We're
Thanks
back.
for being here, guys.
We're back here with our women's champion.
Yeah, hello. Michaela, can you tell us a little bit about the experience you just had earlier on the wall and what we can expect from the men?
Definitely. I am a little bit more of a fearful climber when it comes to Seco Block. I think it's really kind of a terrifying event. But the wall, like the route setters did such a good job. I think we'll see a lot of tops. I think it's going to come down to a lot of head-to-heads, which is going to be really exciting. And it's fun being up there feeling like you're really being pushed to your limit by the person right next to you, and you're kind of in it together, for better, for worse.
I think the people want to know, have you got your money yet? No, just
No, not yet.
Are you
Not
going to Disney World after
No,
this?
I'm paying off my student loans.
Responsibilities.
Yes. Yeah, I actually went to school here in Chicago, pretty much kindergarten through my doctorate degree, like right over there. So
Can you tell us a few things about growing up as a climber in Chicago?
Yeah, it was definitely a unique experience being here in the Midwest, which is sort of like an island as far as rock goes. You know, there's not that much. And I feel like because of that, there's a lot of camaraderie within the community here. It's very close-knit, and we're all kind of like die hard because it takes so much passion to be a climber in a city like this. And now they're so fortunate to have like
multiple
six
gyms.
gyms. But when I was growing up, it was one tiny cat-style gym attached to a gymnastics academy. And so it's really cool to see the evolution and to see something like this wall and this event happening here in my hometown. It's really incredible.
Can you also tune people into kind of the difference between, for instance, I grew up looking up to you. You're several years older than I am, competing.
Am I?
Barely. Barely.
Margot's like, she's old.
No. No, but you grew up being very successful in competition, climbing outside. You just recently set your first 515, La Rambla. How do those kind of challenges compare to a competition like this?
I think being in a different element, climbing on a rope and like really preparing for a hard climb is something that I'm super comfortable with, but being a little bit afraid of heights, a little bit afraid of falling into water, this event definitely pushes me outside of my comfort zone. You know, hard rock climbing is something that I've done for years, but hard climbing over water is something completely different.
No.
So I love that added fear factor, and it's kind of a wild experience.
Most definitely. Now, you've won a couple Seco blocks in the past, am I correct?
Just one. This is my second, yeah.
Okay, well, now it's a couple. How does it feel winning in front of the hometown? I heard you have people from the high school reunion here.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be able to accomplish this in front of the town, in front of your people?
It's very cool. You know, obviously I grew up here and I have a lot of pride, but I'm seeing people in the crowd from like all walks of life. You know, my third grade teacher, all the way up through high school, college. Some of my grad school friends are here. Like,
beautiful.
I feel very loved, very supported, and very fortunate to have that community.
Do you feel like that energy from your community helped you today on that final race?
I hope so. I would like to think so. I was like really just trying my hardest, and I didn't want to let anyone down and just get to the top as fast as I could.
I think you did just that.
You probably had people in the stands holding up their hands, giving you your energy like a spirit bomb.
Pushing
you know
me
what I mean?
up.
Like,
Yes.
Faster, go.
Yeah, it was actually my mom's birthday yesterday, and she's out there somewhere, so maybe she kind of like
Much
gave you a
love.
little
scooted
extra
me
energy.
up the wall.
yeah, that's bigger than us. But you said you have a doctorate degree?
I do, yeah.
I'm supposed to be calling you Dr. Michaela this whole time?
Dr. Kirsch here, winner of the women's round.
Yeah, I am an occupational therapist, so
Beautiful.
I'm currently working part-time, sort of helping people in rehab. I'm working in inpatient rehab, so getting people back to their best self is what I do.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, it's a part of climbing because, you know, some people get injured and have to work themselves back.
Totally.
It's just beautiful to see you have a passion that you're excelling and crushing it.
Yeah.
And then also professionally, you're excelling and crushing it. It's just such a phenomenal time for you. We're so happy
I've always
for you.
really valued having spaces outside of climbing that challenge me in different ways, and I think that's played into my climbing success as well.
Academia is a thick book, and this is a crazy wet route out here.
Are you am feeling slightly jealous of the weather and the lighting that the boys are getting. The sun is shining through here, and you did not have that earlier on the wall.
Boys get golden hour, and I was in the storm.
They do. We are going to pull to the brackets here and look at our lineup.
All right, it's a stacked field of men out here. You know what I mean? Like, I hate they got my pick Maddie Hong going against my pick Nathaniel Colton.
Oh no, who are you rooting for now?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm excited to see Chris Sharma, be able to take place in this. But Nathaniel Coleman is a close friend of mine. I've met him before the Olympics, you know what I mean? And just to see how far he's come in his journey is just a beautiful thing.
Yeah, Nathaniel's definitely someone that both Michaela and I grew up competing in the same circles with, as well as Maddie Hong. So it's going to be an exciting race.
Also hard not to root for the hometown hero, Andrew Reagans, the announcer, Robin's brother. I'm hoping that he does really well and has a really fun time out there.
Of course. To have 2 Chicago natives win would be quite exciting.
Yes.
Right.
Hometown advantage.
I mean,
it's going to be a party tonight.
Y'all might sweep this thing like the Bulls. We're going to see like a two-peat out here. You know what I mean?
I know.
I'm rooting for
the
Sean.
Bulls, the Bears, the White Sox. I'm a Southsider, so I
don't know any sports teams. So don't ask me.
There's nothing in Boulder, is there? Just Team ABC.
It's a sports team.
Maybe it's time for a professional climbing team.
We have
one.
They're Olympians.
They're called Olympians. I'm sorry. It's like, I just did it. It's called the
we
North
represent.
Face.
We're professional climbers, too.
All right, we got Ben. We got Ben Hanna coming up. Who is he going against?
Wow, it really is the golden light. These
Right?
boys, I actually wonder if the sun will be shining at all in their eyes sometimes when it's low on the horizon like this. But it might be warm up there, too, for them.
And all the holds might be dry.
They might be dry. I know, the women really... But women tend to be a little tougher anyway, so it's good that the weather wasn't as good for them. And
Exactly.
It's not the men who have to deal
handle
with
it.
Here we go. So for those of you who are just tuning in and weren't watching the women's round, this wall is very, very tall. Here in Chicago. This competition used to take place in Salt Lake City, and now it has been moved here to the port, and the wall is actually another 5 to 10 feet taller than it was every time in Salt Lake City because it is on a barge out here on the water.
I mean, just look at that skyline. Look at that golden hour.
Yeah.
Look at the people enjoying it. It's just such a beautiful moment right now. But yeah, so we got Ben Hanna. It seems like he's going to go against himself. He had one of the fastest seating times coming in. Let's see how competing alone is going to impact him in this route.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Ben has always been one of those very, very fearless athletes. Okay. One of those very fearless athletes who really goes for it. When he's up there, he looks completely fearless. In fact, earlier, I was telling him, I was like, please be careful, Ben, safety first. And he's like, don't worry, you have nothing to worry about. He is very confident, and it definitely pays off.
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't have anything to worry about. You see the scuba diver in the water. We have multiple lifeguards in the water. And
we have the Coast Guard.
Right. It's like a triangulated position where they're going to GPS straight to safety.
They are, for sure. You can see that even the climbers that land well in the water, which is what happens most of the time, they break the surface tension with their toes and dive in.
I wonder how the
waves...
They're
ready to help if needed.
Most definitely. And I wonder how the waves, like being in a pool, breaking the surface tension is very important because it's a sitting, standing water. I wonder how the waves, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, y'all, but I wonder how the waves play a part into that surface tension.
I was asking the athletes earlier because my only experience deep water soloing is above the ocean in Majorca. And actually, as scary as it is to look down and see decent-sized waves below you, it makes the fall much softer. And here, the waves obviously are not as big as that, so I think the surface tension is a little bit more of an issue. But then again, it seems like these athletes aren't having any trouble with it up to this point.
When I first started climbing, I was hanging around Conrad Anker. Shout out to Conrad. Still do hang out with Conrad.
Shout out to Conrad.
And my favorite rule that he told me is like, rule number 1, don't fall. It's like
that's impossible in climbing.
Eventually, because we're fighting gravity. That's the one opposing force that's constant throughout this.
That's true. So here we have some waves coming in, obviously. Hopefully this is going to make the fall a little softer for the athletes. One thing to point out is that even the athletes who get to the top and do not fall off of this route, they do need to fall into the water. They have two choices. They can either jump off of the top, which is very brave, or they can climb down about 10 feet on jugs, which is a type of hold that's a very good grip, an easy thing to hold on to, and they can drop from a little bit lower down, which is the choice most of these athletes are making.
Yeah, especially in the earlier rounds. It seems like trying to hold your body to the least damage possible is a good strategy that we've seen multiple climbers employ throughout the day.
It's true, and piggybacking off of the topic of strategy, you will see that some athletes will decide if one of the climbers falls, they might just go up a move or two and then fall themselves on purpose to save energy for the next round of competition.
Look at the photographer sitting there with ready to get the shot. Perfectly placed. The wind is starting to pick up.
It is the Windy City,
yes,
I can tell.
And the wind is starting to pick up on us. So I wonder how is that going to impact the climbers as they're going up. We might see the barge rocking a little bit more.
Yeah, we have seen that happen, haven't we? Even yesterday during the practice rounds.
It got pretty gnarly. I wish it was like like a bobbing cork at one point.
I know, it's true. The one thing that is good is that if the wall is moving like that, the playing field is still even because both climbers on the wall are dealing with that same movement of the barge.
I almost feel like this is a science experiment with inertia and momentum. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? That's the. All right, we're going to have a quick women's recap come up.
Yeah, as who joined us in the booth earlier, Michaela Kirsch, she is the winner of the women's round. It is not the first time that she has won this event.
Oh.
However, she said that it's still scary, it's still challenging, but she was able to take the crown earlier on.
Most definitely. And we're just going to see, I guess, a compilation of people trying their best and slipping off. That was perfect form entering the water.
It seems like with practice, these girls get better at landing in the water as well.
Quicker and quicker. Miss Nina, that was my personal choice.
And we're getting joined here by the one and only Emily Harrington. Welcome, Emily.
How are you doing, sis?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing great. We're glad to have you here in the booth.
So happy to have you here.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here. I'm glad the sun came out.
All right, so as you can see, both the girls are on the top of the wall here, and the cool thing about this type of competition is that there's a lot of camaraderie. The girls get to the top, they either jump off together, climb down together. There's just a lot of support all the way around.
Most definitely, because you're competing, but that's one thing I love about, climbing. We want to see, you want each competitor to do their best, because the further you go, the further I go. You'll never want to see anyone injured or hurt. You want to see everybody get to the top. It's just a great, type
Emily,
of
you've been competing for a very long time on and off. I mean, you obviously succeed in so many different genres of the sport, but can you tell us how competition has changed for you over the years?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I think the sport of competition climbing has just evolved so much. It's sort of become very much its own sport within the sport. And, I think it's grown so much in popularity, and now obviously we have it in the Olympics, which I think is amazing. I think the style has dramatically changed, obviously, and sort of the people who excel in the different disciplines of competition climbing.
Can you touch on that a little more, on the style and how that has changed?
Well, I think it's become much more exciting for spectators, for one. It's a lot more dynamic. In a lot of ways, there's a lot more coordination involved, and I think it kind of draws a lot from the discipline of parkour in a lot of ways, especially the discipline of bouldering, but it's even sort of bleeding over into lead climbing as well. You'll see the athletes having to make these huge, risky, committing movements that are kind of spectacular to watch. And so that's sort of where I've seen it evolve and change, and I really like it. It's not something that I excel at because I didn't grow up doing it, but I do really enjoy watching it, and I think it's really interesting to see and analyze that movement and understand it and see how good these athletes are becoming at understanding that style.
And I'm sorry.
No,
but
go ahead.
Also to see the mix between climbing and culture now. Like, we're here in Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely.
First time on the Navy Pier. We have a DJ, mixing the local music with the local scene. How do you feel the culture has grown over the years since you've been in the industry?
Yeah, I mean, climbing has grown from this sport that basically you can only practice if you live near cliffs or near mountains to a sport that you can be exposed to in a city. Thanks to climbing gyms, thanks to events like this, it is becoming way more accessible because of that. And I absolutely love that. I love that there's more culture now about climbing and that it is a much more diverse sport.
Most definitely.
I mean, you see all of these people here. Some of them have probably never seen climbing before, and they're getting to witness some of the very best athletes in the world climb this wall.
Yeah, most definitely. It's a show for sure. Look at this crowd. It wasn't like that this morning.
I do want to say, growing up with Emily as one of my biggest role models, still a friend now, honored to call her a friend now, and still a role model in so many ways. You did just have your first baby. And what was it like to compete for the first time after becoming a mother?
Yeah, it was actually pretty wild. I had a baby about 8 months ago, which was a life-changing experience, as we all know, and it's been wonderful. It's been hard. It's been awesome. It's been an adventure. It's been kind of an expedition of sorts. And this is actually my first trip away from him, so that's very exciting. I honestly thought it would be easier. I thought that I would have an easier time with it. It's been a little bit hard to be away from him, and then competing also. Which something I haven't done in a while. I haven't really deep water soloed in a long time. It all felt like a lot.
Well,
I did get very nervous. I got a little bit injured, and so I opted to not compete in the finals, which is totally fine. I'm good watching here with you guys.
Safety first.
Helping
commentate. We're selfishly happy to have you here
Yeah.
in the booth with us. You have so much insight to share, so thank you.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a show.
Yeah, and we got Ben Hanna over there chilling like he's on a Vogue cover shoot. You know what I mean? He got the good lighting. He's stretched out. I hope he's relaxed, and I hope he sets a great time with the dry holds.
Since you have experience with this type of climbing, what do you think he's thinking in this moment before going for his first round of competition up on this wall?
Well, his first round, he gets a pass. Is that right? He's just climbing by himself?
Yeah, but I think there's still time involved.
Oh, there's still time involved. I mean, I think he had the fastest time in the previous rounds. I think he's pretty confident. I think he is pretty relaxed. I think he just wants to have a nice, clean run and then sort of ramp up for the finals, for the progressive rounds that follow. So I'm hoping he's just out there having a good time, enjoying the sunshine.
Do you have any seasoned climbers out here or young guns that you expect to do very, very well on this style tonight?
I mean, I think Ben has actually won a couple of these comps before, so I feel like he might be a favorite. And yeah, I don't really know. There's a couple surprises. I think Daniel Woods got hurt, so he's out.
Yeah. Sliced his toe.
Sliced his toe. Actually walking on the bridge, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see. I think it's going to be tight, though. I think it's going to be exciting as the rounds progress.
I think so, too. It's going to be exciting. I think it's anyone's game here.
I do.
Really.
I think so, too. I agree.
There are so many variables involved in a competition like this.
Yeah, and one is the weather. They said the rain may make a return. We're hoping not. You heard him just singing My Little Sunshine. Do not take my sunshine away until after the finals.
I know. It's like we're singing nursery rhymes here. Emily might know those.
That is a very popular one that I sing a lot now.
You're a fan of that one. We do want to ask that. I know you're busy. You climb in so many different areas of this sport, but also you, at this point, you're such a seasoned competitor. What do you do to train for an event like this? Did you train for this event?
I didn't really train for this event. I mean, I've been climbing. I've been climbing in the gym. I've been climbing routes. I actually felt pretty good on the wall, honestly. There was a little bit of me that was pretty bummed that I wasn't going to get to climb in the finals, or that I opted to not climb in the finals. Because I feel decent on the wall now. But
now that the competition is over, we can go get us one of those Chicago lasagna deep dish pizzas.
Yeah, just dig in.
Yeah, it's like 5 inches of sauce. What is that about? I don't know what else is a Chicago staple. I know
pizza. That's it.
Oh, pizza. Yeah, that's
right.
right.
The deep dish pizza.
The crazy hot
dogs. Here.
Oh,
you
yeah,
were
fair.
mentioning those earlier.
Yeah,
You were.
there's a crazy hot dog.
So even if you didn't train specifically for this event, what do you think are? You're like, stop.
No, I love these questions,
what-
Margot. Keep firing. Keep firing.
What do you think are the best? We do want to just mention they're just adjusting the ladder here. There's no real issue going on. They're just making sure it's with the waves, though. It can be a little tricky.
Yeah, I mean, it's been literally rock the boat all day, so that ratchet strap has been holding it down really, really good. But look at they're starting to like white cap. I think that means they're getting,
yes.
you see it coming over the little spill wall.
You do see that. To jump back in, what do athletes typically have to do to train to be strong at an event like this?
You know, it's an interesting event. It's not something that we often practice. Like, climbers don't often go head-to-head on the same route and try to be faster than one another. I mean, with the exception of speed climbing, which I would say none of these athletes are speed specialists.
Yeah.
So it's more of like a combination of speed and difficulty, I would say.
And we got Ben Hanna off, and like he's dialed.
So Ben seems to be hot out of the gate.
Yes.
Despite the fact he does not have anyone next to him.
But if he set the fastest time in prelims, if he sets a fast, look at that dyno, wow.
I will say that the shadow on the wall is pretty cool to watch. This is
Look at
amazing
this.
lighting. He's
This
putting
is an
on a show
exhibition, yeah.
all by himself.
This is an exhibition.
But you can see he is guarding a little bit. He's like not fully going for it. I think that'll come in the later rounds. He's definitely trying to play it safe. He doesn't want to make mistakes.
But it's beautiful to see him. It's almost like a scare tactic. You know what I mean? If he can have so much flair.
Yeah, he's definitely got some flair.
Ben is not someone to, as you said, maybe he's playing it a little safe here, but he's not going to be cautious when it comes down to it. He's going to go for it. That's just in his nature. He's always been like that since he was young. I grew up competing in the same circles as him. He's I believe a year younger than I am, and he really has always just been, he goes all in.
All gas, no brakes. Let's see him out through. Yeah. With the big move to the top. Yeah, Ben Hanna. All right.
Sitting on top of the wall. First guy to go and first guy to top.
No pressure
that's
to the
gotta feel
other
good for
contestants.
him.
So I think the top of the route, when they were doing the seeding round, they had the women's holds on there.
Check some of these moves out right
And
here.
so they got to
Wow.
use some of the women's holds if they opted to, but you noticed he hesitated a lot at the top. I think it's because a lot of the men had never actually tried that section before because those holds were wet.
I think you're right. I think you are right.
So you saw him kind of slow down, think a little bit. I think it's because a lot of them really didn't get to practice that section because it was wet and they were using the women's holds.
Oh, yeah, that was a strategy for the earlier rounds. I'm totally crushed. When they say all holds are on, they're like, say less.
Yeah, some of the men were going up the women's route with the extra holds just to try and get a fast time in the earlier rounds.
A Superman.
And now they don't have that option. They can only pull on the holds that are on the wall, which made the route is slightly more difficult now than it was before. Is the water cold, Emily, or is it refreshing?
Look at this
the
crazy
water
leap.
is not
The
cold.
confidence is through the roof right now.
The water is very pleasant. I think they said it's about 75 degrees. And back in the day when we did Seco Comp in Park City, that pool was always freezing cold. I remember we had a hot tub that we could like go and jump in afterwards, and we were all using that. And this just feels really comfortable.
All right, so we're moving on to the next round of climbers here.
You got Maddie?
Remember, these are some of the best climbers in the world.
Yeah, we're about to see your show. We've already seen the show. Shout out to Ben, getting the towel in the back, trying to
So
drive.
here is Maddie Hong, another North Face teammate. He seems psyched. He seems like he's out there having fun, all smiles.
And is he climbing it?
He should be climbing against an opponent unless they change something.
He is.
Nathaniel Coleman with the buzz cut.
Oh, he's climbing against Nathaniel.
Coleman with the buzz, yeah.
This is going to be a good
pirate
race.
ship. Oh.
Nathaniel, in the 2020 Olympics, the first Olympics to have climbing in it, he won a silver medal. I talked to him earlier, and he actually is not going for the 2024 Olympics in Paris. However, he has some very difficult projects. High-end 515. For people who don't know that, it's a very difficult level of climb that he's been working on in Arizona recently.
Maddie with the dyno.
Wow, they are in sync right now.
Yes. Let the best man win, but I'm rooting for Nathaniel.
This is head-to-head. It's going to be a tight race.
It was great to see him make history in the first ever, rock climbing in the Olympics. And it's just funny how your goals shift over time. You know what I mean? He came, he saw, he conquered, and he's focusing on some new things. All right, it's going to be neck and neck, Maddie and Nathaniel.
You can see this is where the slight crux is for the men's route.
Let's go, yeah.
That was a very, very tight race. Oh, wow.
And Maddie barely stuck
that jug. That would have been a big fall. We're glad he made it up. Wow, that was neck and neck.
Yeah, we finna have a quick replay. Look at this double dyno we got to see here. I love that to see the pressure is up. It's just the first round, but the pressure is up.
I will say that the route for the women's round was also very hard, but they did not have as many jumps in a dyno, what we're calling it. For those of you who aren't climbers, it's when all points come off the wall. So hands and feet, you're jumping, and you have to catch the next hold. So as you can see, the men have 2 dynos on their route today.
Okay.
It looks like they may try to jump from the top.
Whoa.
Like Maddie is jumping. I wouldn't expect any less from him.
He popped out perfect.
And thumbs up, he's good.
And we're going to see him. Yeah, he's going to down climb.
Nathaniel's playing it safe.
Yeah.
Nathaniel's going to climb again, so he's going to play it safe. Yep.
I mean, that's kind of one of the best exits in a sport where if you don't win the round, you can jump from the top and look pretty cool still.
Yeah, it depends on how stoked you are on jumping from the top.
And how does it feel to be up there on top of the wall? Because you have been up there in multiple years. You have been on the top of that Seco Block wall.
It does not get any less intimidating. It is very high.
Not the shaky feet.
It looks high from the ground, but when you're up there, it feels infinitely higher.
He looks a little scared.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
And it's windy and wet up there. It's not the first competitor to make it to the top.
No, it's true. It's true.
All right, we got Ross right here. This is my boy Ross. He's a great photographer outside of climbing.
He is very creative.
All right, we got Tristan.
Tristan has the
war paint.
It looks like he's applied some liquid chalk paint.
He does.
Focus. Oh, my God. Ross is moving. Whoa.
A little bobble at the bottom.
Yeah.
Both of these climbers are very, very strong. They tend to do very well in competition. They are really going for it. Ross has quite a lead right now. I wonder if he's going to play it a little safe now that he's far ahead, or if he's just going to really go for it on this first round.
With the 360 campus.
Is that overhang scarier than the rest of the wall?
It's intimidating, yeah. It feels very steep. It feels almost completely horizontal. And it definitely, when you're making dynamic moves, it's a little bit heady because if you do come off the wall awkwardly, you feel like you could just keep spinning and kind of face plant, which has happened before.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Ross.
But Ross looks like he had no issue getting to the top there.
Nope.
And as Emily mentioned earlier, a lot of these men have not climbed this exact route yet. This is their first time. So
we're seeing Tristan figure it out.
A lot of them are having to do these moves for the very first time today.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a blind throw to a not great hold.
That would be one of the least favorable places to slip.
Wow.
That's good right there. That's good. But thank you, Emily, for coming out.
Thanks
with
you
us.
guys for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us, Emily. Your insight
was absolutely
so valuable.
lovely.
All right, we're going to cut to a replay and just see some of that amazing action we just seen come through that last round. Look at Ross. So powerful, so precise.
Ross the boss. That's what we're calling him here tonight.
And he's paying the cost. He might get paid the cost to be the boss. Ross Fulkerton.
We have another very special guest here joining us.
The coolest
fearless
man in the land.
Ben Hanna. Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about your race with yourself?
Yeah, it was awesome because I didn't have to race anyone. And then as soon as I finished, I got real stressed because I was like, I got to do that again.
Do you feel any fear when you're up there climbing?
Yeah, for sure. Last one, I'm in the moment racing, but up there,
once you get to the top,
for sure was getting scared.
Now, we noticed quite a bit of flare on that run. Was that on purpose? Was it showing the other competitors yeah, this is what I can do.
I wasn't sure
Intimidation
how
tactic.
fast I wanted to go because I was like, I don't want to if I like 100%, and then I like drop the hammer and everyone has to like feel the pressure. I want to go real chill, and then drop the hammer later.
Well, you made it look easy for sure. So we were mentioning that the route now has some holds that were taken off.
Yeah.
So the route is slightly harder than it was earlier in the other rounds.
Yeah.
Can you tell us whether or not you climbed with the extra holds or without the extra holds in the earlier rounds?
This was the first time I used the bad holds.
It was?
Yeah.
Okay, so this was a totally new route for you.
Totally. Yeah, that's why I went by myself, and because they told us that they couldn't take the holds off earlier, so we could use them if we wanted to, or we could use the harder route. And it was kind of like if you do the harder route, you might have a slower time, but you'll be ready for it in the final. But if you use the jugs, you'll like seed higher. But then when you get on the route in finals, you're like not as used to the holds.
Okay.
And I decided to just use all the jugs, get as fast as possible seeding time, because generally that gives you a bunch of bonuses throughout the final.
And
It's
the
all about
bonus
the
that we saw
tactics.
was your beautiful climb by
Thank
yourself.
you. Thank you.
All right, so
We got Chris Sharma and Charlie Barron.
Thanks for
Sharma
having
on the
me.
yeah,
right.
thank you for joining
Appreciate
us.
you. We'll see you
Good
next
luck in your
round.
next round.
And they're off. I can't lie. This is like a personal thing. Seeing Chris Sharma in his element right now I don't know. I feel like we're watching history.
That's true. For those of you who weren't with us earlier, Chris Sharma really kind of implemented deep water soloing into the culture of climbing in the United States. He fell in love with Seco Block, which is the term they use for deep water soloing. Wow, that was a close one.
Right.
The term they use for deep water soloing in Majorca,
Come
and
on.
he fell in love with it in his 20s, and now here he is in his 40s,
Yeah,
still
40s.
competing at the highest level.
He's a dad right now. All these climbers are his sons. Let's go, Sharma. Let's go.
This is a close
Oh! Wow.
That's our first fall of the men's round in the evening. This route is actually quite difficult as well. The men make it look pretty easy getting to the top here and doing these
Charlie
jumps.
Barron.
But it is not easy. You can tell Charlie's proud of himself.
Most definitely. That was something to overtake. Yeah, it's something to be proud of. Look at the smile on that man. It's something to be very proud of.
Chris Sharma here, who we see falling into the water, which I don't think he's very afraid of.
No.
He's done this a lot, mostly
Ah.
outside
Yes.
in nature, mostly in Majorca. Probably Charlie competing against him. That's probably one of his idols. I mean, I think almost everyone
look at
who's
the
in
stoke.
climbing is just so inspired by Chris Sharma and what he has done for our sport. So to be able to compete against him, it's probably very exciting for Charlie there. And then for Charlie to win the next generation, that's an exciting moment for him.
Most definitely. And it got to be something to be trying to catch your breath and then have to jump in the water afterwards. Like, we just seen Charlie taking a couple of deep breaths before he let go of the wall. I don't know if that's because of he's out of breath or if he was scared, but that was an amazing performance. And an upset. I would say that was an upset.
I will say also thank you to the lifeguards and the scuba diver that we have out there to keep and the Coast Guard
Yes.
to keep these athletes safe. Yesterday they were in the water for, I believe, 8+ hours.
Treading water
Yes.
for 8 hours.
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, they do have their little buoys for rest every once in a while, but we're grateful towards them.
Most definitely. It just takes so much to make this safe. You know what I mean? We see our social media guy getting those good clips. Look at that crowd.
Yeah, the crowd is showing up. We're grateful that the rain has come to a bit of a hiatus here in the Windy City. The wind has not stopped, but that's just part of the game here in Chicago. We're learning that, aren't we?
Most definitely. And here we got the hat on the left. We got the hometown hero, Andrew. And on the right, we got Fukando.
So this is Faku Langben on the right. I know him and his sister very well. He came all the way from, not right now, he's living in California, but him and his sister come from Santiago in Chile. They are like a power sibling couple, both very, very strong, been climbing since a very young age, and have really helped change the sport in South America. I think they're an inspiration to many people taking climbing to the next level.
Oh, hey, he stuck that dyno. It was like glue on his fingertips.
They're definitely going for it. These jumps are not easy.
Oh, we had a slip. Okay.
So this is where strategy comes involved. Faku technically could drop off right now into the water and still have won his round of climbing, or he can go to the top and then jump from the top.
Yeah, I think at this point you're going to see people want to top out, especially in the men's, because they want to work through that hard section. The more you can get that dialed. A quick replay to this quick fall. It caught us off guard here.
We missed this fall on the first round, so we're going to watch the replay here. So it looks like he opted to not jump for that hold and not dyno, but instead try and reach it statically. And it looks like maybe that wasn't the right choice, but you never know. It's always it's always a bet. You always gotta
most definitely
go for it.
But one thing you gotta honor is the commitment to the move. Like,
exactly.
No matter
what, you make
what,
a decision and you go.
Yeah, if I stick it or not, I think I can, and that's the most important thing that you can think in that moment.
So as you can see, to keep his shoes dry, Faku threw his shoes off the backside. But one thing to be noted is that falling into the water, when you have the shoes, it's actually better because it breaks the surface tension a little easier than bare feet.
But yeah, we're gonna start looking at this bracket. It's starting to, fill out. We're almost to the Elite Eight. Got Ben Hanna coming up against Nathaniel Coleman, Fulkerson against Barron, and we're going to see who Facundo is going to end up going up against two next after this round with Maxwell and Quinn. But just so strong, so powerful. And he's a taller climber. How do you feel?
He is a bigger climber, for
being
sure.
a taller athlete in this, do you feel like it gives you some sort of advantage?
You know, the thing that's unique to climbing, I feel like, especially sport climbing and bouldering, is that, and you, of course, could speak more on alpine stuff, but is that so many different body types, so many different heights have their advantages and disadvantages
Most
that I think in the end it kind of all evens out, you know? So some of these guys who are taller, maybe it's easier for them to reach holds quicker in a certain way, but also the guys who are smaller are lighter, and they also can maybe move quicker because their fast twitch might naturally come easier.
Yeah, and sometimes you can get overconfident.
It happens. That's a bad one.
Yeah, that's like
we're hoping that.
He's good.
They come. He seems, like a tough cookie, but
he's breathing
I would
hard.
Be grabbing onto that buoy.
Yeah, probably
that
knocked
had
the wind
to hurt
out of
for
him.
sure.
Yeah, most definitely probably knocked the wind out of him. Landed flat on his back. That's a scary fall.
Yeah, that's probably he's going to feel that tomorrow for sure. That's the one thing is, deep water soloing obviously is much safer than soloing. However, there still is risk involved. These athletes we have in the past years had some injuries, some torn knee ligaments, a bursted eardrum. It does happen. So when you fall into the water, you want to be in control and you want to fall feet first, obviously, to break that surface tension.
That's where it makes this competition unique because that was all commitment. And, you can't control how you fall. Jesus. But, you can't control how you fall, but, it's worth it, It's like you're going for it, so.
They are going for it, yeah. And just competing in this competition, you have to know you're like, I could take some kind of gnarly falls into the water, but then again, it is water, and it's part of the game with deep water soloing.
Yeah, most definitely. But, like we said, we have 3 lifeguards in the water for a reason. If he wasn't able to regain his composure, they would have been able to get him out there regardless. They have a 5-second time limit. And we do what we can to minimize the risk as much as possible.
It's true. Hopefully he can put some ice on that, though.
How do you – that's like the most worst case of belly flop,
Yeah. All right, so we have the replay one more time. I don't know if I can watch it again.
I mean, this is what we're here for.
But
we want to see the sins, and we want to see the spills.
Those
this is
falls
one of the most gnarly. You'll see this in the car.
Yeah, that's gnarly.
You'll see that fall in every edit for the next few years. You know what I mean? Like, that's the worst fall. flat as a board.
He's definitely going viral on TikTok right now.
Very memeable moment. You know what I mean? It's like, you got this. That would be like.
Honestly, though, you have to respect that commitment. Really, some athletes play it safe and others don't, and he obviously did not. And to go for a move like that, that's pretty courageous.
Yes, and look at that scuba diver, ready to go. Ready to go. All right, next up we got Chris Kosser and Eric Breed, both young, exceptional climbers. Full of energy, full of life, A lot of these guys have way more experience because with climbers, you can speak to this, you start competing at such a young age. How do you feel like that experience over the years really helps in these moments?
Honestly, I think that there's a double-edged sword that comes with climbing or competing for a long time. I think there's experience in the sense that you get more used to it and competitions become more second nature, but also I think sometimes you can feel more pressure, and when you're the underdog or the young gun coming up, sometimes you feel like you have nothing to lose. So I think it's all a mindset, and it depends on how you look at the competition.
Okay.
So it looks like Charlie does not want to drop off and play it safe here. He looks like he's going for it. It might be because he hasn't climbed this route yet.
Yeah.
And he wants to get used to it for the next rounds. Charlie came from Salt Lake City, but originally he recently moved to Salt Lake from South Africa.
Okay, beautiful. From South Africa. I wonder what the climbing is out there.
Honestly, people love it. I have never been, but Rocklands is definitely put South Africa on the map for climbing.
How do you feel your region impacts the type of climber you'll end up being?
That's a great question. I mean, I feel like that's something we can even speak on from our perspective, from having such different backgrounds in climbing and growing up in such different cities in the U.S.
Let's take a quick look and see where things went wrong early. Oh, he was like, what just happened?
I will say there's airtime. There's enough airtime for him to be like, what?
But yeah, going back to region and impacting your climbing, I spent a lot of time in Bozeman, Montana with Manoa and Conrad, and I like ice. I would rather be below 20 than like a hot day any day.
I do not like the cold. So ice climbing is not my thing.
Just wear another jacket.
All right, it looks like Charlie
from the top.
Going from the top. Woo! That was a graceful jump.
Yes.
I'll say he gets like points for style on that one.
Oh, most definitely. Like I said earlier, there's no way I could jump from the top. It would have to be a major change. Like if you jump from the top, you make the world a better place. It was like,
I think you just go straight to the final.
Basically.
I think you should just go straight to the final.
If I get on the wall, period, I should go straight to the final.
So he actually as well was competing in Tokyo 2020.
Okay, beautiful.
Yep. And he is going for Paris 2024. That is his goal. He did mention that to me earlier in the athlete zone.
All right, looking at the bracket, we got it filling out. We got one more between Gavin and Sean to see who's going to make it to the Elite Eight. And I just felt the raindrop.
Yes.
I hope that just blew off the tarp or something. I hope it's not an actual raindrop.
So obviously this competition goes by fast, not just because these athletes are speed climbing, but the brackets really narrow down quickly, don't they? We noticed that in the women's round.
Most definitely. We got Sean Rabatou on the left and Gavin Albright on the right. Gavin is one of the younger climbers and just looking to get some experience out of this climbing competition. Sean Rabatou, one of North Face athletes.
Sean is a little ninja. I can say he has been that way since I've known his family since, goodness, we grew up together, and that whole family is amazing, so talented, amazing climbers, just like the gene pool is incredible, and Sean is just a ninja. He can move fast and quick. He can jump far. He's definitely going to challenge the other athletes out here tonight in Chicago.
Most definitely putting the pressure on him, representing. But this is going to be a type up. Well, Sean made it through.
Piece of cake, yes. But both athletes are getting to the top.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
And that was a great show for Gavin. You know what I mean? If this is your first,
he's a youngin' too.
Yeah.
He's a youngin'.
This is how much confidence can you really have? How much confidence can this really build? Having this, your first outing and showing up like this for yourself, it's beautiful.
I mean, we could be out here next year and he might be winning. So
hey, we got a replay, and then we got a special man checking in with the chat.
We do.
The one and only Chris Sharma coming back in. If you missed him a little earlier, you're going to be able to see something from him now.
All right. Welcome, the King of Seco Block. Chris Sharma is here to join us.
Hey.
Can you let us know how it was? How was that fall?
It was awesome. It was awesome. An amazing route. It's so nice to climb in good conditions.
Most definitely.
And a really good route. So, yeah, it was a pleasure to be up there on the wall and be with such a badass group of climbers.
Yeah, and it's like I feel like we're witnessing history. You didn't top out, but that's not what it's about, right?
Well, A little bit. It's about topping out, but it's nice when you do top out. But yeah, it's like it's making a good effort. Like for me, I'm happy with my climbing. So
I think someone's chalk bag.
I think
went
a
the wrong
chalk
way.
bag just hit the water.
We have a rainbow. Can we get a cut to this rainbow? I don't know who's running
that,
cameras.
I
but there's
will
a
say,
rainbow.
Chris, so you came all the way here from Spain.
Look at that. Look at this.
From Catalunya area where you discovered deep water soloing for the first time, 20-something years ago?
Yeah, about 20 years ago, I went to Mallorca, and that's where that really like revolutionized my kind of vision of climbing with this form of climbing called cicloblock in Mallorca, or in English called deep water soloing. And yeah, I ended up basically moving over there because of that.
Look at that.
It's just the most pure form of climbing I've ever tried.
So the exact sport or type, the exact genre of the sport that brought you to Spain, to Catalunya, has now brought you back to Chicago to compete here today.
That's right. It's pretty wild, huh? Yeah, we dreamt for a long time to take this format to a venue like this, so it's really like a dream come true to make this happen. Especially, after so many things we've all been through with, these years of COVID and everything. So to make this, happen is really special.
Most definitely. But I just want to take this chance on the stream to give you your flowers about how you took something you love, you brought cicloblock to America, and then also you're revolutionizing television by bringing climbing to the prime time with The Climb. How does it feel to be able to see you really create the world that you love? How does it feel to see that come to?
I feel so fortunate and grateful for, the opportunities that I've had over the years. This year will be marked 30 years climbing for me.
Wow.
And, I've got to see and be a part of the evolution of the sport over the last 30 years. And, it's been really incredible to be a part of that and help it grow in a conscious way. And, it's just really neat to see where it's, what it's grown into, and see, the level of all the climbers, and the fact that it's an Olympic sport now, and the spirit that it's kind of maintained that original spirit. It's really good to see an event like this, and everyone's having a good time, and that's really kind of what it's all about.
Yeah, so we're down to the Elite 8 now.
We are down to the Elite 8 now. Do you think it's going to be...
Pick a favorite. No pressure, Chris.
I don't ever pick favorites, so someone else can do it.
I think any of these guys could win.
I agree.
So, the thing is with this route, it's pretty hard. I would guess that it's like a 5:14A or something like that.
So?
And
how about with the aspect of the water and the fear and everything?
I think mostly if you go too fast, it's easy to make a mistake. I think that's kind of what happened to me right now. I was trying to speed up too fast, and then it's easy to make mistakes. So
these boys are
moving
really
very
head to
fast.
head right now.
Neck and neck. Oh,
Ben and
they're
Nathaniel
almost mirroring
really going
each other's
for it
movements
right now. It's almost hard to tell who's in the lead. It seems like it's changing up every move.
Oh, wow.
Ben is on
All
fire
gas,
here
no
today.
brakes.
So is Nathaniel, though.
Let's go. Oh.
Is this last move difficult, Chris?
This last move.
Ben.
Wow.
Hannah.
This last move is difficult.
It looks a little scary
All
up
of those
there.
last moves are difficult.
Yeah,
And
those
so it's
pinches,
really-
are they dry now?
It's really hard to balance that, like climbing hard while also trying to move fast. For me, anyways, it's really easy to make mistakes. It's incredible watching Ben Hanna and Nathaniel as well, but they're just so skilled with that. So you can tell how.
Look at them
For sure.
mirroring pretty much.
And it looks like Nathaniel actually had a slight lead for a moment there, and then Ben just
I don't know.
kind of destroyed the rest of the wall, going super, super fast. But of course, it could have been either one of them
Either
getting to the top first on this. This was such a tight race.
I just love how laser focused and pinpoint accurate their movements are at this point in the competition.
Incredible. They're amazing.
Can you tell us, when you're racing against someone like this, is it hard not to pay attention to what they are doing? Is it hard to stay focused on your own climb? Is it a distraction?
Well, I think it's absolutely it impacts your how you climb. When you see someone,
we got Nathaniel up
when
top.
you know that you're behind, you need to speed it up, and for sure, it makes you climb faster.
The stoke is high. Ben gonna climb down for another round.
I was going to ask, when it comes to training, like you have set the stage in many ways for setting next level climbs, you know, like sending the first 515, etc., and doing many, many hard climbs. Recently, you just climbed a very hard 515 again, now in your 40s, which is incredible. But how is the training different when you're training for an event like this versus a very hard climb outside?
Well, I think as we've seen the sport progress to a much more professional and Olympic level, you have more like Olympic training. I think one of the things that's cool about climbing, you can do that, you can go to the Olympics and all that, but climbing is also
Then
this
drop
lifestyle.
into another round.
And for me, it's that's what I do over the last 30 years, and so it's I've never trained in that specific way before, but I think in the end, climbing is about following your own heart, and it's like whatever works for you. To each their own.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own way, and if you want to do competitions, you can do that, or you can go to the mountains, be in nature. There's so many different ways to go climbing. Just go into the gym with your friends. It's all good. Like whatever makes you happy. There's no right or wrong. So as long as you're respecting nature and the environment and respecting others. You do whatever makes you happy,
That's true. So we are back with these boys in the next round.
We got Ross Filkerton on the
Ross
on
and
the
Charlie.
right.
Ross the boss and Charlie. Thank you, Chris.
Appreciate you, Shauna. Oh.
They are going for it. Really on fire here,
Ross,
both of them.
Ross
and we do want to point out that we don't have the exact time that it's taking these boys to get from the bottom to the top of the wall, but it is quick, and this is not an easy route. As Chris just mentioned, it's probably a 5:14.
Yeah, and I can't even imagine doing something that high. I know you can. I cannot.
I will say it's not easy.
Yeah, I mean, I can barely climb a 5. I can climb a 5'11" in the gym if I tried a lot of times.
You do, but climbing has so many different ways to pursue climbing
Yeah.
and to succeed in climbing, and you have really found your avenue.
Most definitely. I mean, what Chris was just talking about, there's more than one way. As I've gotten older, I've figured that for me personally, and other people may feel the same way, but movement is medicine. And as long as I'm moving and enjoying and, in nature, that's the beauty of it. Look at this top out from Ross.
What's cool, Ross here, it's a cool juxtaposition because he's here in nature on the lake, but at the same time on this man-made structure in the Windy City here in Chicago.
Most definitely.
What a cool meeting of nature and the city.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, you want to talk about beautiful. We got the skyline in one direction, we got a rainbow in the other direction, got the wall in another. It's just
there's something amazing to look at everywhere.
Yeah, because nature's all around us. Even a pigeon is nature.
And then we have these climbers climbing up this 65-foot wall because it is now on this barge. Previously had been slightly shorter because in Salt Lake City it was straight, direct on the ground, and now it's on this barge floating in the water, adding a whole nother element as the waves come in.
And there was a lot of red tape to get this barge here. It wasn't just like we plopped it down.
No, it's a lot of work. And in fact, if the waves get too big, they do have to let the barge go back out.
Oh, I did not know that.
In the middle of the lake. So we're hoping that
Off
it's
top.
not too windy. Wow.
Off
Ross
top.
really just went for it. He also jumped, adding a few more feet to that fall.
It's like it wasn't high enough. You know what I mean? He's dialed in, though. I don't know.
He seems on fire here tonight in Chicago.
I mean, it's almost the Final Four is going to be
It's gonna
just
be exciting.
as good as the finals. You know what I mean?
We'll probably cut to a bracket pretty soon, and we can look at those final boys
Look at
who are
this
going to
leap.
go into the semifinal.
True leap.
Wow, and there was a bird that went by too,
Right.
saying hey.
Just to juxtapose how high it truly is. The bird is like, what are you doing up here? What's up, bro? But yeah, Seco Block. You know what? After this, we're just going to leave the barge. How do y'all feel about that, Chicago?
We're going for a swim after this. The water's warm.
All right.
All right.
Facundo on the left. We got Quinn on the right.
Quinn on the right, Faku on the left. Quinn seems to have a slight lead on Faku here, but both guys seem to be walking through most of these moves.
Oh, my gosh. To be able to commit to a dyno 30 feet off the ground, what do you think the mentality would take to pull that off?
I think at that point you have to just not be thinking about it.
I mean,
wow, they are very head-to-head I will say that these dynos definitely make the route more exciting.
Most definitely.
Pulling over this head wall here. Those holds are not good. I know these boys are grabbing them and making it look easy, but it is not easy.
We see the happiness coming from Quinn. That is great.
We have another very special guest, Nathaniel Coleman.
That's my dog.
Thank you for joining us.
Howdy, folks. Thanks for having me.
Can you give us a little insight to this competition, to the round you just competed in?
Yeah, this competition is it's had some ups and downs. There was a lot of logistics to work out, but man, through heroic efforts, they got it together at the last minute. So schedules have been approximate. Weather has been not that cooperative, but I think all in all the competitors have just been super psyched to climb and compete, and we're all in the same boat and we're all good friends and we're all having a good time. So that last race I was just in, I knew that Ben Hanna was one of the fastest guys out here. I knew that I'm really
breathing hard still a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't try to move the mic. It's real.
Okay, yeah. But I knew that was going to be one of the hardest, if not the hardest race of the comp for me. So I gave that everything. I think I had really smooth beta, but Ben just had that extra fire. So I'm happy for him. I hope he takes it all the way.
Well, you're hearing it from the man I bet it on. So Ben Hanna is the favorite. How does it feel to be back competing after coming home from the Olympics? I know you took a little time off. How does it feel to be back in the mix?
It's good, man. It feels like a little bit more special because I've been doing less competitions, so everyone feels more impactful. And this kind of competition especially only comes around once or twice a year. Yeah. So, yeah, every time I get to do a Seco block, it's I'm looking forward to it for months.
Most definitely. And I like this cause collaboration.
Thanks,
you got.
Man. Yeah.
I was mentioning earlier that you mentioned you were working on a hard project in Arizona.
Yeah.
I hope I'm getting that right.
Yep.
Being someone who also has experience in competition and also projecting difficult routes outside, can you just share the difference between those two worlds, between the competition world, the type of pressure it is climbing outside versus in a competition such as this or the Olympics? No big deal.
Yeah, for sure. In competition, you have to be ready on any given day at any given time. And if you're having a bad day, it's too bad. But when you're outside, it's all about lining everything up. And we're about to watch one of the best outdoor climbers versus a very experienced indoor climber. So you might see some difference in approaches between them. But they look
they
even
honestly
so
look
far.
like they're trying to do synchronized climbing right now. I really.
Is that the next step?
Is that
for
the same
Olympics?
person? Is this a mirror? Yeah.
Synchronized climb.
Is this a mirror effect here? Wow. Charlie did the little spin around.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful move.
It is, for sure.
The finesse involved.
Chris and Sean, there is no holding these two back. I think they are two of the favorites here tonight to take home.
And Sean is moving with strength and purpose.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
That was fantastic
No
climbing.
big deal. I do want to point out, though, Charlie here, although he did not win that race, that boy just raced up that wall.
Most
All
definitely.
these guys getting to the top, it is a challenging route. How hard do you think this route is? Chris said maybe 514A. What do you think?
I don't think it's quite that. I guess, it depends on what gym grading scale you go by.
Okay.
Yeah. Every gym is different. The route setters matter. Shout out to all the route setters across the world.
Amen. I'm estimating 13D.
13D. Okay, so in the same ballpark, but hard.
Yeah.
Are the holds wet? I know the holds had been wet earlier during the day.
Holds have totally dried out.
All right, the
we
boys are
all
lucky.
so
The boys are
grateful
lucky.
for
You got
it.
a little bit of sunshine
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
through for you guys.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
So now are we into the semis? That's all
We
the
are into the
races?
semis.
Yeah, we're
We
down to the
have
final four.
Sick.
Ben Hanna, Ross Fulkerson, Sean Rabatu, and Quinn O'Francia.
Oh, baby, it's going to be
We
exciting.
got a double jump.
Oh, wow. They were very close together.
Yeah.
That was a little scary.
That probably stressed the lifeguards more than we wanted
Yeah,
to.
Charlie went down first. He's like, no, here comes Sean.
But in sync, in synchronization.
Yeah.
So how does it feel jumping off from the top? Is it scary?
It's pretty scary. I've done the Seco blocks in previous years. The wall itself, I believe, is 55 feet. And Usually it's built like right on the edge of a pool, so you're jumping off 55 feet. This is like 5 feet off the water because of the barge. So
it's an extra boost there.
It's just a little bit, but every foot feels like exponential when you get that high. You're looking down at the water, you're like, holy
cow. Just the vertigo
cow.
effect, just, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's like swaying.
It's real. It's real.
Having grown up in competition climbing with you, you know, just being maybe a year apart in age.
Yeah. Same division, too.
What was that?
Same division.
Same division,
Colorado,
yeah.
Utah,
I mean,
Look at our Final
we've
Four.
known each other forever at
Yeah.
this point. But what is, and you've always tended, you know, something I remember is I think there were like 3 nationals in a row where you flashed every single boulder in the final round. And we're just like, he's a diamond. Like, he does not crack under pressure. What is the difference between a competition like that and then the pressure that you feel when you're up here? Do you feel the same pressure from the crowd, or is most of it coming from the fact that you're climbing 60, 65 feet above this lake?
You know, it's tough to say. A big difference in my feeling today versus like a couple of years ago when I was competing in nationals is just experience.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a long time now, and so competitions, they feel natural to me. So I think the nerves from today are coming more from the fact that I got 40 feet of air below me, you know, ending in water. It's definitely it's a unique feeling, and I think it's important that we get practice on the wall before we start to do the seeding and the finals rounds.
Most importantly.
Because, man, my first time on that wall, I tell you, I was over gripping every hold, and by the time I got to the top, I was pumped.
Look at the rainbow back there.
Yeah,
I do want to point that out. It is
the composition.
beautiful here today.
Shout out to the drone pilot for the composition.
It's crazy.
The lower thirds.
Where's my film camera?
I know, right?
Please.
You're like the dog from Squirrel. Oh.
I am. Multiple people have told me that. I don't think it's a compliment at this point.
It's just
you're like the
it's
dog
endearing.
from Up.
It's
Squirrel?
endearing.
Okay.
All right, this should be a
next
good
round,
race.
Ben Hanna, Ross Fulkerson. Who y'all think gonna bring it through? Can't even say. This is just
honestly, I don't know. I mean, both these boys, they're both beasts. They just are freaking ripping it up that wall.
It seemed like a moment of hesitation for Ben.
It looks like Ross has a little bit of a lead here.
That moment of hesitation.
Are those dynos difficult, or do they just look difficult to the crowd?
They're more scary than difficult. Holy cow, Ben busts out some new beta.
He went straight for it, which is crazy.
Ben does not want to lose here tonight. You can see the fire.
It might be the right in it. Oh! You seen it on his face. He couldn't believe it either.
Wow.
Shout out to Ross.
And as I mentioned earlier, it's not over till it's over here in Chicago tonight. Wow.
Got to see it through, my boy.
That was exciting.
Wow,
man.
the rainbow is crazy. I'm sorry.
No, it's rainbow.
Not over the rainbow yet.
The rainbow
it's
is
incredible.
rainbow.
It is popping.
Wow, we're going to hop to that replay because that was the excitement is building here tonight
Just
in the
look
Windy
at
City.
the commitment.
So Ben he was just moving his foot up.
Missed the foot. Wow.
And his hand blows.
He couldn't even believe it.
Yeah. Seriously, how much of that mistake do you think came from the fact that I did see him look up at Ross climbing?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think when you're head-to-head with someone like that, it adds a whole nother aspect of distraction, doesn't it?
You can't waste time looking at the opponent.
It's kind of like in track, never look back.
Exactly. And it's tough, too, because when you don't look at them, your peripherals make it feel like they are ahead of you. When I was racing Maddie, I was like, oh my gosh, she's like ahead of me.
And then you stress out.
Yeah, and then you stress out. And
I did once hear us saying, I think it was something like, winners focus on winning and losers focus on winners. Not to say anyone here tonight is a loser. Everyone that is on that wall is crushing it.
Big winners.
We are not up there, so we are not winning tonight. However,
look at that.
However,
did you see that down climb? I just feel like
he did the
punched his ticket
starfish
to the finals, and it looked like Ross is ready for whatever comes his way.
I hope
Ross the boss is really on fire tonight.
Ross the boss. He's going to have that on a shirt one day.
For sure.
So
We're going to have that on shirts.
So he's secured at least second place, right?
Yeah, he's punched his ticket.
Yes.
How much is second place cash purse?
Here, we can, we can
at
touch on that now.
I think we have a bit of, I think someone got ahead of themselves and put B. Hannah there.
No, that's in the grand final.
No, that is the final.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now we just have Sean and Ofrancia.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, and
or Quinn, sorry, last name, first name.
Same.
The shadows here on the wall are crazy. It is definitely, the sun has gone down. There's a little bit coming through the clouds, but the lighting is low. But we do have lights on the wall like that. The stage is set for the final.
It's looking good.
It is looking great. Can you tell us about falling into the water for people who are watching? People who, I mean, there are people who cliff jump, there are people who deep water solo, but some people never have that experience. So can you touch on that for us?
Yeah. I think it's much easier to fall into the water than jump into the water. In one of my practice runs this morning, I ended up falling maybe 3/4 of the way up the wall, and I had a moment. You know, you fall and you have that natural climbing reaction of like everything's gonna be okay, but then you look down, and I was like, oh my gosh, I hope I'm like on trajectory, and then right before you hit the water, you just throw your hands above your head and. Maybe your butt gets a little bit bruised, but you come up out of the water and you're fine. So it's just exhilaration.
You gave a good thumbs up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good thumbs up.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chicago. Shout out to Wesley from North Face for giving this unique, one-of-a-kind design. Bringing fashion to the outdoors. I think that's very important. That's why I complimented your top just a few minutes ago.
Thanks. Yeah, it hasn't been such a big thing in climbing because we come from dirt bags and such, but. As the new generation comes in, definitely a bigger like focus point, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah, I won't be satisfied till the U.S. Olympic team is like draped in North Face Gucci. I think that should be the next move.
Maybe
Gucci
in Paris.
chalk bags for everybody.
Maybe in Paris. Who knows?
I mean, it's from I think a little Gucci North Face. That'd be nice.
Never went to overlook fashion. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's one way that can. Create an intersectionality between communities and whatnot is just, they have off mountain, but the people from the city want to go to the mountains too.
Mm-hmm.
And, being able to give something for everybody from the dads to the moms to the cool kids, diversifying your portfolio because the mountain gear is there. We know we got the AMK kids, but do you have something I can wear to the club, please?
I think that's also what's cool about bringing this event to Chicago, to a city like Chicago.
Yeah.
Being in Park City, that was fun and that was special, but that is a very outdoor centric place. And Chicago here, it's a big city, so it's definitely a different vibe and brings this sport to a very different community.
Yeah, we got Quinn on the right, Sean on the left. I heard the winners get a pair of Jordans. I'm just.
I mean, they're jumping
like
it.
Tandem.
I will say, Sean is
moving,
pulling out.
A little bit of different
maybe
beta
not.
here.
Oh,
it is definitely neck to neck.
Oh my gosh!
These two want to win tonight. Oh wow!
Man.
It does seem like it is coming down to a lot of people falling at the top.
Yeah.
And Sean is going to finish off the route here. He does not need to rush. He
a
can
sigh
take
of
it
relief
easy.
for Sean. A sigh of relief.
It looks like we have our two finalists here,
Yeah.
Ross and Sean.
I gotta be honest, I did not put Sean in the final race.
Did you?
Wow. No, I mean, he's been climbing outside for years. He's a
ninja.
He is. He always has been.
He always has
fantastic,
been. I was mentioning that earlier.
Acrobat.
I hate to break this to you, Nathaniel.
Yeah.
I think he's climbing outside today.
That's true.
This is his home territory.
Right. Oh.
But this route will not stay up forever. In fact, I do not know exactly when they're taking this wall down. It would be cool if they left it up for some people to try after the event, but I don't know.
Waivers.
I don't know.
Well, sweet. I think I'll leave you guys to it, but thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us, Nathaniel. We appreciate it. Yes, and again, the rainbow. We're going to keep coming back to that. It's so pretty.
Yes, we paid for the rainbow also.
Someone better be taking some good pictures.
That's part of the...
Oh, shoot. Wow, okay.
Wow. Yeah.
Sean got them clean jumps, man. I tell you.
I know. That scared me a little bit. I'm watching my mouth tonight here on the live stream.
Got to replay. Let's see where
Nathaniel.
things went wrong for Quinn.
We'll see you later.
Just slipped off. The pinch was a little not pinched enough. The crimp was too crimpy. What is up, my guy?
Hello.
Put on the headset and introduce yourself to the people on stream.
We have Charlie here.
Chris. Hello,
Chris,
everybody.
sorry.
My name is Chris Costa.
It's been a long day.
Just got off the wall, hence no t-shirt, so I'm psyched.
Yeah.
I'm about it.
You're chiseled. I wish I had your abs, but
Thank
I
you,
eat too
sir.
many cupcakes.
Dude, it's not worth it. The cupcakes are better.
How was this experience for you, my man?
Dude, absolutely insane. Like, so much fun. Like such a wild format. And, like, I don't know, like, it was raining this morning, and to be climbing a route like that in the rain, where it's just going crazy, was, like, something special. It just felt like all the homies just, like, doing something dumb
Almost
and having a good
session
time.
out. Yeah.
So,
Did this feel like a big session to you?
basically. So, yeah.
So you come from South Africa originally. Can you talk about Rocklands? We were mentioning it earlier. We
Yeah.
were saying it is just it's blowing up at the moment. Climbers, professional, amateur, everyone is wanting to go to South Africa and climb. What's it like to have everybody coming to your home
Yeah.
to pursue this sport?
It's super special because, like, climbing's growing, and it's just, like, really cool to see it happen in that kind of environment. It's, like, great for our community because, like, South Africa's, like, a long way away from the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So it's real special, and I'm, like, super stoked about it. And then also, like, I've, like, made friends from around the world, and then they roll up and come and sesh. And that's really cool.
You know
So-
what we're not long away from? We may be a long way from South Africa, but we're not a long way from the finals.
From the final round.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That is true. Can you touch on being a competition athlete, an athlete involved with the Olympics? Can you talk about the difference between an event like that and an event like this?
Look at that crowd.
Yeah, like, those events, I feel like we put a lot of pressure on and don't maybe have as much fun as we should. And, like, don't get me wrong, you still get a lot of joy out of those kind of high-pressure situations. But something like this is, like, so special. We got, like, the Chicago, like, skyline behind us,
Yeah.
just hanging out, having a good time.
What is it like seeing that from the top of the wall? I'll never know.
Wow.
Dude, you got to go on top to find out. I can't tell you.
You're up next, Malik. Final. We're
Celebrity-
kicking Sean out. You're taking
Celebrity
his spot.
round, baby.
This is a free event, and you're going to want your money back if you see me climb that wall.
Hell yeah.
Wow,
But yeah,
it
what are
is
your guys'
amazing.
predictions for this next round?
Man, it's two homies.
Two homies.
Honestly,
We got Ross and Sean.
honestly, I feel like they are both going to go all in on this last round. How could they not? And knowing them both well, Ross trains in a similar environment that I do in California, and Sean I've known since we were very, very young, since like first grade, and both of them are just top of their game all the time. Like, you never see either of them slacking. They train hard. They climb hard outside. They, when they compete, they tend to do very well, whether or not that's their focus.
Yeah, exactly.
So it could be either of them.
I think it's going to be real tight.
I think
it's
so,
going to be
too.
real tight.
Maybe we'll get a tie.
So-
There should be a buzzer at the top. Like speed climbing.
Insane. It's insane.
You want a tie? No. Someone has to fall today.
Dude, somebody needs to drop that last move.
Honestly, like, I want everyone to win.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I want my closest friend to win the 10K.
Yeah, it was funny. I spoke to both these guys
I'll say
after
Ross,
their.
I've known him longer.
All right.
Spoke to both of these guys after their last run, and both of them are just like out of breath and like couldn't breathe on top, and so I think they're gonna be tired now.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to really push.
I mean, it has to take a toll to be able to run up this full force back to back. You have like about a 15, 20 minute between rounds if you advance. How did that take a toll on your endurance?
Dude, super pumped, but you're going so fast, it's more like muscle fatigue than actual like lactic acid.
Can you explain pump to the people who are watching who are not climbers? Can you explain what that is? I feel like we throw that term around all the time, but like, what is it as a climber to be pumped?
Just the worst sensation. But no, I feel like it's just like lactic acid buildup in the forearms and like the body, and it just means like your muscles can't like recruit as much. And so, like, for example, when it's in your forearms, your fingers just open up and you fall off holds. You're not able to do more.
Which means falling into water here tonight
As you
in
see
Chicago.
the homies bailing off the top. But, yeah.
How was the top section before you go? Because we've seen a lot of the falls come from the last couple moves.
Yeah.
What is that section like?
So earlier rounds, there used to be some like better holds, and like it was a little bit more comfortable. But for this round, they just made everything like kind of vertical, so nothing was like down pulling. You just had to like grip on, and it makes it a little strange. It makes it hard to do and like hard work because the feet are also not great.
Gotcha.
But
a
lot of climbing.
Yeah, the top looks challenging, those pinches, especially when you have that pump and that lactic acid in your arms, pulling down on those. Especially you guys have been up this route quite a few times now in the last 2 days, haven't you?
Yeah. Like, the repetition, I think, makes it nice just for practice, but it for sure makes you fatigued. So, but yeah, these guys are professionals. they can't complain.
That's true.
They can't
It's
complain.
They can't
understandable.
complain.
It's in their contract.
This is our work. This is what we do
Exactly.
9
This
to
is the
5.
job.
This is what we do 9 to 5. So
I know, it's a tough place to be sitting.
not a
behind
bad
us.
job, though.
Yeah. So,
Thank you so much
yeah,
for joining
thank you guys
us.
for having me.
Yeah,
And we will
appreciate
see you
Unreal.
We're
later.
gonna see you soon.
Yeah.
All right. Look at that Chicago skyline.
Wow, this is beautiful.
It's setting the mood for the finals. The weather cleared. They
I
said
feel
it
like
was
this
going
is
to rain
when
again.
the credits are supposed to roll
I know,
for the movie.
It's the end of the movie.
But it's not over yet, is it?
No, the best is yet to come. He wants you to put the shades on. You got to. Seco Block 2023.
All right.
But yeah, the beautiful Chicago, the Windy City. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank y'all for having us. Thank y'all for turning out. We still got the U.S. Coast Guard out there circling, keeping everybody safe. Luckily, we haven't had any severe injuries.
No, we haven't. We did have that one back flop in the water.
Yes. The best flop
earlier,
ever.
and if we get an update on how he's doing, we will update you guys. But it seems like he was doing okay.
Yeah.
He's a tough cookie out there. You kind of have to be competing here in Chicago tonight.
Most definitely. I mean, rock climbers in general are tough cookies.
It's true.
That's one thing I love about climbing is nothing is given. Everything is earned. Even if you climb your first V1 in the gym, you earn that. So when you see the people who are to push the envelope further, doing the 5:15s and things of that nature, they're earning that also.
I agree. And even out here tonight, the people in the final, the people winning the event, I still have these sunglasses on. The people winning the event, they obviously are doing something very impressive, but it's impressive. Even the people who are going up there and are and are falling off tonight here, they're out there challenging themselves, and that's really what climbing is about. That's
Shout out
really
to
what
the
this
safety
event
team.
is about.
Just shout out to the lifeguards. Been out there for 8 hours again. That's 16 hours of water. Just shout out to everybody.
Yeah, I believe that they were out there for 8 hours yesterday, 8+ hours,
Yeah.
and they have been out there probably just as long today already so
If not
far.
longer, because
Maybe
I think
longer.
seating started around 10 o'clock, and they've been out there the whole time. Wasn't nobody out there climbing without their assistance because, you want them to be safe.
So I can say, coming from a background in competition climbing, going into a final round, although I've never done a Seco Block competition yet, it's
you heard that, yeah.
It's nerve-wracking. This is really when the pressure is put on, but also it's kind of the moment when you're in the final round. You've already made it. There's nothing more to qualify for. So you just want to go out there and you just want to enjoy yourself. And, whether they're putting on a show for the crowd or they are just in their own zone, in their own bubble, whatever their tactic is to perform their best, being in the final of any kind of event, any climbing competition, anything, World Cup, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be there, and everyone here is rooting for them.
Most definitely. Rooting for one of them. Like we said.
At least one of them.
Yeah. We want everybody to get.
I'm rooting for both. I'm going for a tie.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not going to go for a tie. I guess, I don't know. What we've seen from Ross and Sean this evening has been nothing short of phenomenal. They've been charging up the wall with reckless and abandonment, but they've been sticking all the dynos. So I'm interested to see, are we going to have a slip-off? Or is it going to be a neck and neck?
Honestly, I think they're going to go quick, so I think mistakes could happen, but also it would be amazing to see them both get to the top of the wall. In this moment, they're sitting behind the wall, sitting to prep for their final round. Obviously, they're both resting so that they're both rested because one of them just climbed and the other one has had a little bit more time to themselves to recover and recover from that pump from the lactic acid buildup in their arms. And, they might be visualizing the route. They might be listening to music. They might be psyching up. They might be talking to each other. They might be on a totally different topic than climbing at the moment. They may be talking about the after party or what they're going to do. Who knows? Things get wild here after competitions like this.
Yeah.
But
Chicago, where is the party
no
at?
doubt,
Put it in the chat. Where the party at?
No doubt they are feeling the nerves. They are feeling the butterflies. That is just how it goes at an event like this and competing in any kind of final round.
I just want to savor that. Can someone screenshot that and send it to me so I can put it on my iPhone?
Can that be my phone background?
I know, it was so
Not
nice.
this. I mean.
Well, I know. I would.
but,
Malika Margot, yeah.
But
y'all
the
see that?
Chicago skyline.
That's your new Windows default screensaver right there with the Seco Block
It
wall.
is just beautiful.
That's what I call branding. But no, that's a beautiful. It's times like this. It just, even though I'm not on the wall, I'm not competing, I'm just extremely thankful to be in the midst of this, feeling the energy, and seeing these performances that we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to be here in Chicago and watching these athletes all challenge themselves on this wall. Going into this final round, you know, for people who are just joining the live stream, if you haven't caught it all, we are here in Chicago, and this wall is 60 feet or so, approximately, give and take, above the water on a moving barge, which does move with the waves, a totally new aspect that has been added to this competition from previous years.
They're just going to keep adding something new every year.
They're just going to keep adding something new. It's like the Hunger Games, you know? This time it's on the water. And these athletes are climbing a very hard route to the top, and it is also a race.
Yeah, and, you know, I have the utmost respect. It's just really, I love how humans, even through just history, like of the Olympics, is everybody getting together and just seeing who's the best. Even though I think the Olympics should be random people just get a letter in the mail and it's like, you're on the U.S. Olympic team. You're report to the gymnastics.
There are people who would fight you on that, but
it would be like the Hunger Games, only like
you never know.
I think it would be a more
I volunteer
accurate...
as tribute. Please. Just kidding.
But I just feel like it would be a more of a show of the true people from that country. Why pick the best? You know, I don't want to see LeBron play for USA. I want to see like the dude from Planet Fitness.
Do you though?
But yeah, we're going to cut the commercial real quick, and when we come back, we're going to see the final.
Please come back for the excitement. Maybe the most exciting race of the night.
You don't want to miss it.
At least of the men's round. So please join us after commercial break.
Yes, yes, yes.
I want to see LeBron.
Melina Costanza. I mean, come on. This is a stone-cold killer. Dictionary definition of domination. An absolute legend in the youth circuit.
We have our female champion.
Just power. Melina is a highly decorated athlete. She has been on the U.S. team 18 times.
Melina Costanza, number 1. She will have topped every route in this competition.
She had an insane breakout performance. Everybody has been eager to see what she can do.
Melina shows us how it's done.
Melina Costanza, just like that, you're national champion.
All right, the stage is set. Okay.
Like I said, Ross is grabbing his shoes, but then he's going to be right back, and we'll get this started. Remember, we are at the Seagull Block Masters competition at the North Face Climb Festival. Oh, look at those birds. It's crazy out here. All right, Ross is back with his shoes. This is the final round between Sean Rabitou and Ross Fulkerson. Okay, this is it. This is for the money. $10,000 are on the line. Remember, they're trying to balance being speedy and also getting to the top. If you slip, you're out and you lose anyway, but you also got to be at the top first to win. All right, they're getting ready. We're almost there. What a crazy moment this is going to be, guys. We got a little rain coming down, but it's beautiful out here. This race will be the last thing I ask you for tonight, okay? Maybe not. I can't promise that, actually. But it's going to be one of the last things I ask you for tonight. I need you to cheer these guys on with all that you have. This is the very last race, and it is the one that matters the most. This is for first place, okay? So we really got to get these guys up the wall once they get started. All right, our climbers are getting on the wall now. We've got Ross Fulkerson on blue and Sean Rabitou on orange.
Here we are in
the
Chicago.
stage is set.
This is it, guys.
All
This is the very
And we're off. We got Ross.
Ross on the left, Sean Rabitou on the right.
This is going to be the
these
most
boys
electric race you
are
see tonight. Oh!
Very fast.
Come on, Sean. Can he recover? Ross is dialed in. Let's go.
They are moving so quickly
Big
that
moves
it's definitely
only.
easy for them to make a mistake, but both these boys are professionals. They know what they're doing.
Big moves only.
Climbing up the prow here.
How bad
wow.
do you want it? 10K. Oh, my God.
It looks like
it's a nail biter.
It could be either one. Wow. And Ross Fulkerson.
There we have it.
Wow.
Ross the
Amazing.
boss.
Ross the boss. He's back.
Ross the boss. Yeah. Enjoy the moment, young man.
Wow.
Enjoy the moment. Sean is probably like...
Sean's probably feeling that fall a little bit, but he's a ninja, so I'm sure he's okay.
Yeah.
And Ross is probably just letting that wind soak in. Probably doesn't feel real for him yet.
Yeah, he's just taking it in. Look
at
that.
him against the... We've got the lake back there.
Let's look at this replay and see where things went wrong. They were basically in sync again.
They were head to head. But it could have been either one of them taking the win tonight.
Oh, from the top, the victory plunge.
The victory jump.
The victory plunge. Come on, Pop. All right.
So Ross Fulkerson, I train with him sometimes in California. He is unstoppable. He can lap anything multiple times. He has amazing endurance. He's been competing for years in the youth, in the pro, as has Sean Rabitou. Both of these climbers are very impressive. It is cool to see them on the final round tonight.
Most definitely. That was exciting.
That was very exciting.
Look at this replay. I just love how Sean made up space by so big dynamic moves. It might have not paid off in the long run, but it sure was exciting.
I will say that although Sean did not win, he did not give up. It is not over till it's over, and he knows that, and so he kept going.
Yeah. He didn't even get mad when he slid. You know, other competitors were like, dang.
His fall was pretty graceful as well.
Yeah. He just accepted it. You know what I mean? Look at Ross.
Ross is still recovering. Still recovering. I think he's been up that route 8 times today, maybe.
It's insane.
It's crazy.
I mean, look at the side abs.
The fitness it takes.
The fitness. I mean, look at the side abs. He does not eat a lot of cake.
I mean, who knows? When you're climbing that much, you're burning calories.
You get to eat what you want when you work that hard. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations to Ross Fulkerson. I'm sure we'll have him joining us in the booth probably momentarily, and we will hear about his experience up there. I actually am not sure if he's done an event like this before. He has, obviously, he's a seasoned competitor, still very young, but Seco Block, I'm not sure his experience, but obviously he now knows what he is doing.
Oh, most definitely. And has etched his name into history with the return of Seco Block. I'm pretty sure there's going to be more competitions coming in the future.
And we'll be celebrating tonight.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. In the Windy City, you know. It's going to just be interesting to see how these athletes develop, how these athletes are going to, evolve over time. Let's look at some of the best highlights from the men's round. It's going to be our slip-off fest, I think.
So we've been here for a while.
Yeah.
You can see it's light outside here earlier for those of you who just tuned in here at the end.
Stoked through and through.
These boys have gone through a lot of rounds and had to hold it together, hold their nerves together through all of it.
Quinn. I mean, hats off to all the competitors who graced this stage today. You know what I mean? We got the double jump. So it was like, you go first.
And shout out to the women who competed earlier when the conditions were much worse. It was raining, the holds were wet, and they freaking still came out here, did it. We're climbing to the top of that wall, jumping off.
I mean, the weather, they gave us a chance towards the end, gave us some beautiful landscapes to look at. But most shout out to the competitors, because without your abilities, without your specialties, we wouldn't be able to have this without the competitors. So shouts out and hats off to all the people who completed.
Also shout out to all the volunteers here, local in
for
it's
him
not
to recover,
live, but
for him to, I was rude because he recovered. And then look at that dyno. He was neck and neck.
He was really going for it.
Yeah, man. It's just, you had to respect it.
Yeah, for
how can
sure.
you not tip your hat to that? I don't have a hat, but I would tip it.
I think probably our lifeguards and our scuba diver are happy to get out of the water after probably 16, 17 hours over the last 2 days floating there in the water to keep our athletes safe. So thanks to them. And thank you to Chicago for hosting.
Yeah, most definitely. It was such a
fun.
beautiful place. You know what I'm saying? That was such a great final round. Shout out to Ross. I hope he soak up all this moment.
I'm sure he's psyched.
Had this moment for life. He leaned back on that and it kind of scared me. But
I felt the same. Yeah, he was happy though.
It was a sigh of relief. You know what I mean?
This is a big win for him.
Most definitely.
He works hard, so it's always nice to see athletes that really put their nose to the grindstone to have that moment in the light and have it really pay off.
Yeah, and you see everybody going to the stage now. I think they're about to pass out the trophies. Oh, man, it's just been such a wonderful day.
It has been.
So, Margot, the question is, are you going to compete in the next one?
Oof.
After today, are you inspired?
I do feel inspired. No promises, but potentially. It's really cool to see these athletes out here climbing, the men and the women. The the athletes out here competing today was very, very, very inspiring.
Okay.
I think we are going to
cut to a
show
TNF
a quick TNF film.
This thing's soaking wet. So. It's nothing we didn't expect. I'd hoped for a miracle, but this is New England. It's more of a practical type of place. Well, yeah, that's it. I can't even put chalk on any of these holds because it's just going to get soaking wet, but hoping for some sunshine now. China Beach itself has everything you could ever want out of a rock climb. It's one of the most aesthetically pleasing routes I've ever seen. It has these white dribbles of sea foam that go through the rock, and it's beautiful. What is my history with China Beach? Well, If you've never been to Waimea before, it's almost like when you look out across the ocean and it's a super windy day and there's all these white caps and there's this foam bursting out of the waves and like drizzles of white everywhere. It's the ocean frozen in time. I came up to Waimea one day and there were ropes through the draws all the way to the top, and I was just like, whoa, like someone's on like this hard route and it's beautiful and it's so cool. And my coach was like, why don't you try it? Why don't you get on it? And I was like, what business do I have getting on China Beach? Like that's ridiculous. But he was like, why not? Just, there's a rope on it, just top rope. And China Beach always stayed in the back of my mind because it's like the premier route of my home crag.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's the king line of Rumney for sure. I don't know what else you'd compare it to. It's a line, it's like a discontinuous crack system in the middle of this overhanging swell. I mean, when you go to the cliff, that's kind of where you go, oh, yeah, look at that. That's a cool route. I one-hung it 20, 30 times, I don't know, a lot of times. And then Dave Graham and Luke Pier were ripping through all of the open projects at Rumney, and they were kind of leaving me alone for a while. But I got to the point where I saw him on the trail, and I'm like, hey, Dave, you guys, you go get on China Beach, He was like so excited. They were just so much better than anybody else. Have at it. Go for it, send it, which they did.
China Beach starts off with a small slab, so some easier climbing, some 5'11" climbing into almost a no-hands stance, where you can shake out, stand on your feet, and just contemplate the movement ahead. And then you start climbing into this like gently sloping belly that looks like a big wave coming out of the wall. And you're moving through some underclings that are good on the hands, but really insecure, slippery feet. The holds are textured and so bullet. So you have to press into the feet to make sure that they stay. And you get to a big horizontal crack, a break in the middle of the wave. And that's where you get a pretty marginal shake. You're not on very good holds, but you can kind of like reset. And then the upper half of China Beach, from the middle of the belly wave all the way to the top, is a fairly sustained boulder problem, where all of the more difficult climbing is. So you do a big left hand reachy move out of the break, and then you kind of do some crimping moves up into towards the top section. And then once I'm in that section, this is like the last kind of marginal rest. Take some deep breaths, because at the end, most people, they do what's called the big iron cross move. And the iron cross is pretty notorious on this route. It's not like super hard if you have the reach, but it's still hard after you have done all the rest of the moves. And it's even harder when you can't make the reach at all, like me. And for years I tried that move and never thought China Beach was possible for me because I couldn't span it, until one day I got curious and I started looking for other holds, because there are options here in Rumney. And I found this like marginal sloper, like a sloping, almost non-hold that's higher than everything else. Dude, I kind of like that.
The seasonal christening of the sloper hold. This hold is the key to my success and my only option for this climb.
So I grab the ledge with my toe, and then I reach up left hand to the little sloper that I had to find and clean off, and I change my left foot to a heel, and I rose move underneath my arm and grab the good part of the arete. And once I grab that good part, I still have to fight the barn door. So I flag my right foot really hard and press to keep the swing from happening, and do like one more move and clip the chains. When I figured out that beta for the first time, that's when I knew this route was possible for me. That's the first time I've done those moves, like done that section. It goes. Oh my God. One of my favorite parts of the whole experience of working China Beach and being back in New England has been the community and the people that I've learned from and hung out with, and just like shared a lot of cool memories and micro beta, honestly.
I had the edge of my toe, not the tip.
The last time I was out here, my friend Rajiv was filming and psyched on the route.
And just made it to China Beach. Haven't even walked up to it yet. I can't stop smiling. There it is. That's the route.
Rajiv is like so stoked on China Beach to the point where he's created a little micro community around the route by, he has an Instagram and a podcast around China Beach.
Welcome to Climbing China Beach, a podcast series all about a single route.
You embark on China Beach and you're kind of like, you're on a journey.
It's on the best cliff, Waimea, with the best rock.
Like white and black streaks running down it. It's like beautiful.
I think it's the perfect rock climb.
Because any day that I have on that climb is awesome. Even if I'm having a terrible day and even if the conditions are shitty, like whatever, it's beautiful.
The top kind of feels like somebody set it in a gym, but the best setter in the world.
So I feel like that was like a whole era of my, there's like the China Beach era.
It feels like the holds are made for the route, right? Like
this China Beach is like you're redlining the entire time.
It's just so cool to have this shared connection with folks, and I really enjoy this feeling of camaraderie and support. The first week in New England was everything you might expect of a New England spring season. It's been really wet. It's wet. This hole's a little wet.
Dude, my hands are so wet.
It's a little wet.
Oh, it's so wet. This is definitely dripping.
Ooh, right into the pocket, a little wet.
So wet.
Wet. I like it. Love it. Wet towel incoming. It's rained at least 4 or 5 days out of the 10 days that we've been here.
Which we were expecting. This is why I bought a one-way ticket to Romney. It's because I knew this was gonna happen.
Out of the 10 days of the trip so far, I've had 4 days on the climb. 3 of those days, the route has been too wet to climb on in the upper half. So I've just been working the bottom and getting it really dialed. And then the one day that I've had a fully dry route was great. I was able to reach my high point from last season, and I did a fairly big overlapping link from the 5th bolt to the top.
Dude, that's it.
Okay, you can take.
Fuck. I did all the moves first go, first time up here. Wow, this still feels pretty mega for the end, but just gotta get it dialed in. Oh man, I'm stoked. Feels good. The holes are dry. It's fucking sick.
So we're just waiting it out, being patient, and I'm just psyched to be out back in Rumney, as always.
Oh my god. Thank I'm so psyched! Oh my god! Woo!
What a dream. What a childhood dream right now.
It's a relief because I've felt some pressure, and of course I want to do the route and finish it, but I'm also sad that it's done. There's always more, of course, on this wall, but the China Beach chapter is closed, and I'm
joyous, and I'll miss it.
Hey, kiddo, what's up?
Dana,
I was just talking about you.
I did it.
You did it?
I did it!
Fuck yeah, that's so rad! First short Asian female. Yeah, all that stuff.
Thanks, Dana.
Don't get too many feet pics. People
No.
gotta pay money for that stuff.
There are many other women that could also climb this route. And I would love it if more women came and climbed on this entire wall, because a woman can climb every single one of these routes at Waimea.
Oh, it's so wet.
Yeah, you made it look like butter though. I have never seen anybody fucking shake out like that on that fucking climb. What the fuck?
Jed, my hype man.
So good.
Can I? Yes. Will I? Probably. Nothing is guaranteed. Whatever, these are all really wishy-washy answers.
So much water in my nose. It just went all down my back.
Oh, what is the point of a rain jacket when you just dump the water on yourself? God. Alright. Here we go.
All right. Hi, guys. I'm back. I'm Robin Reagan. Thank you so much for being here for the Seco Block Comp at the North Face Climb Festival. That was a crazy show we just watched. I can't believe what happened. And I'm so excited to announce these awards and introduce you to our top 3 athletes on each side. But first, I'm going to pass it over to Quinn at the North Face so he can say a couple words.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Chicago. This is the best city on the planet. Yeah. Thank you guys for coming out to the first ever The North Face Climb Festival and watching these incredible athletes climb this wall all day. Through the rain, through the weather, we saw a little bit of everything, and it was just so amazing to have everybody here. The climb community is the best community on the planet. Woo! So I want to tell you a little bit about Global Climbing Day. In 2 weeks, climbing gyms all over the world are going to be lowering the barrier of entry to climbing in all sorts of different ways. You'll see free climbing, free clinics, free demos. Definitely check out your local gym. Check our website to see if there's info about a gym near you. For sure, check out First Ascent Climbing Gyms. We could not have had this festival without them. From setting on the wall, Alexandra, and all the other setters out there, major shout out to running our boulder out here so all of you guys could climb all day. Incredible to see everybody out here climbing. And yeah, without further ado, I'm going to hand it back over to Robin to announce the awards.
Thanks, Quinn. Seriously, you should check out the Global Climbing Day. It's going to be a great event. All right, I'm going to bring up my top 3 lady athletes. In 3rd place, we had Morgan Tadgy. Yeah, Morgan. I have the honor of coaching Morgan and working with her in Salt Lake City, so I am beyond proud to see her up here. Don't forget, she's also going home with $2,000, so not a bad takeaway from a weekend in the best city. All right, in 2nd place, I'm going to bring up Julia Duffy. Julia is a fierce competitor and absolutely demolished the weekend. 1st in seeding and then 2nd in the finals. She climbed as fast as she could. It was incredible. All right. This next person I'm going to bring up is my best friend. She is a hometown hero. She is my hero, and I hope she's a little bit of all of your hero, too. She is absolutely incredible. Michaela Kirsch. This year's Seco Block champion. These three ladies did absolutely amazing. Thank you for all of your hard work in climbing this weekend. It was incredible to watch. Let's one more cheer for these girls. Nice job, ladies. I love you too. All right, now that we've gotten through the awards for those beautiful women who all just climbed their heart out, it is time for me to introduce our men. Are we ready? I think. In third place, we have Ben Hanna. Ben is a longtime competitor, and all of these boys climbed their absolute fastest and crushed it this weekend. He will also be going home with $2,000. Not a bad takeaway. All right, in second place, I am honored to bring up Sean Rabitou. One of the strongest climbers in the world and a fierce competitor today. He climbed amazing. He's going home with $3,000, so also not a bad finish to the weekend. Then I would like to bring up our biggest competitor of the night. He did amazing. He tried his absolute hardest. The races were so close. He swam the fastest today, too. We've got Ross Volkerson in first. Our Seco Block champion taking home $10,000 and our handmade steel prize. These boys all climbed so hard, including the rest of the field. It was amazing to watch. One more round of applause. They deserve it.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Shout out. So well. Shout out to all of our competitors. Thank you, Chicago, for having us. We're about to go over a quick recap of the day.
Today was so exciting. We have been here for a while, and every moment was just breathtaking. It was starting with the women's round today.
Yes. Fighting through the weather. The conditions weren't favorable, but to see these athletes push through to the end was a sight to see.
There was rain. The holds were wet, and the women just kept climbing.
Yes. Through it all. This has been beautiful. And, you know, through it all, I just want to say that this is very inspiring. I'm leaving this charged up, full of energy, and I just hope that, you know, no matter whoever's watching this crowd around the world, just remember, if you have a thought, that means you can do it, because if you couldn't do it, you would have never thought of it. So just to see these athletes push themselves further than they thought they could do, further than they thought they could go was just an amazing.
Yeah, the men definitely had a very exciting round going down all the way to the last race. It was very neck and neck.
Nail biter, if you want to say.
These big moves, you can see these jumps. Sean just making that jump there in this highlight reel, and Michaela there on the wall. She was our winner earlier on tonight. The hometown hero, a Chicago girl. She definitely brought the house down with that final climb today.
But this has just been a whole Stoke Fest, you know?
It has been.
I think this has set the bar high for any other Seco Block coming, and I just hope that we can keep having innovative ways to bring this to atypical places.
I agree. So many thanks to the North Face for making this happen,
Much
to the
love.
City of Chicago, all the volunteers here. It was a night to remember for all of the competitors, all the spectators.
Most definitely.
Watching this event. Maybe this event will come back to Chicago in the following years.
You never know. But yeah, look at that skyline as we close it out. I just want to say
it is windy here in the Windy City.
Thank you, Chicago.
Thank you for joining us here today.
And yeah, just thank y'all. Enjoy the last view. The rainbow's gone. The sun is setting. So is our climbers, and so is our time here. Thank you, Seco Block. Master North Face Climbing Festival Chicago 2023 coming to an end.